right, so we'll call the school committee meeting to order. It's November 19th, 2018 at 6:34-ish. So Emery's running a little late, and I guess I'm going to be filling in. So everybody bear with me, because I really don't know what I'm doing. So we'll just wing it. I'm a rookie at this. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda for vote for November 5th. Everybody get a chance to take a look at it. Does anybody want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. There he is.
Here,
We
so
just started.
I'll second.
Okay. And any questions or comments? All right, so we're ready to vote then? I don't have any either.
Yep.
Okay, so all in favor to approve the consent agenda for November 5th, 2018? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. And I don't know if we have any visitor comments today? No, no visitor comments? All right. So, and how about our student rep?
She only comes once a month, right?
Right, she'll come the first of the
Okay.
month, I believe is what we talked about.
Okay, so Emery, if you're ready to take over? No, that's okay.
This is going nice and quick.
Yeah.
Keep going here.
I'll hand it off to you.
Well, you really want to? Okay. Okay. All right, where are we? Pardon me?
New business.
New business. All right. All right, the first item on our agenda under new business is the approval of private schools, one of which we hosted last week. This week we have McDuffie. So let's do it this way. This is how we did it last week. We'll turn it to you first of all to introduce yourself, and then to let us know if you have anything that you would like to share before we get to our questions.
So hi, I'm Steve Griffin. I'm the head of school at the McDuffie School, about a mile away from here. This is, we're into year 8 of operation on the Granby campus. I hope you took the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the 100 and some odd page report that we submitted in advance of this meeting. A few quick things about the McDuffie School while I'm here. We have gone through an NEASC accreditation process this year, which I'm sure you're familiar with the trials and tribulations of said process. We have had a return visit and a vote for accreditation, continued accreditation will be in November from the visiting committee. We anticipate continued accreditation after conversation with them. We have completed a few campus projects, a campus master planning project and artificial turf field. Completed our well project, just awaiting DEP approval to get the well online. You may or may not know we're under a consent order to handle well and sewer issues that have really been identified since we arrived in 2011. And so the well is finally online, and the sewer, we are continuing down the path of working with Belchertown to try to put into their wastewater treatment system. Just celebrating a New England Championship soccer win that happened on Saturday. This girls team has won now New England 4 years out of the last 5 years. And, that's
Congratulations.
exciting times. And we've added esports this year, and so our World of Warcraft teams are sitting first and fourth in Massachusetts right now. It's a statewide Actually, 5 states are taking part in a pilot project of esports. So we have a new group of students who are able to represent the school that really hadn't considered representing us in other places. The play just closed this weekend, The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. So arts are continuing to be an area of focus for New Beverly as well. So I'm excited to present our reapplication for accreditation and hoping for your approval. Here to answer any questions that you have.
I'll turn to the committee first.
What is the number of students from Granby that you have?
I don't
Enrollment?
have that number coming here. I believe we peaked last year at 51, and I'm not sure that it's as high this
It seems to be 40 this
year.
year.
40 is the number?
Correct, Kathy? Anything else?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the report and I can't. I can't find
So
it.
as Deanne is pulling that, so the last so many years, my questions were typically related to potential collaboration, but to be very honest, I gave up on that. So I will not ask any questions on collaboration. That seems to be a foregone conclusion that there will not be any. The question, as a follow-up to what Deanne asked, now that you peaked and you're coming down, any plans to change the way you approach Granby students?
No.
Okay.
No. Not a plan to attempt any aggressive marketing campaign targeted at Granby students in particular. No. We have introduced referral programs for families, but that's a broader marketing technique.
Dan, did you find what?
No,
It's in, Kathy sent it to us in an email. It's not in the shared drive,
maybe
it's in
that's
the
why.
email.
Oh, gotcha.
She sent
was
it
too
on
big.
November 6th. And there's 2 attachments in it. The curriculum guide is the bigger one, I think.
We had these in our folders last week because we were expecting you last time. So all the files that you're talking about, we actually had an opportunity to review them for our previous meeting.
Do you know your current percent of international students international?
Yeah, we're about 50% international, 50% American. We're 50% day, 50% boarding, and 50% girls, 50% boys.
Wow. How do you do that?
We get lucky, I guess. And actually our local tilts a little more girls than boys, but our international tilts more boys than girls. It all evens out. We have some American boarders, and we have international students who stay with local families. So again, even
How's your special education program?
we don't provide special education per se. We do have a student support center for students who have individual needs, and so being under no mandate to provide special education services by law, what we do is work with families upon application and tell them what we are able to provide. Typically that looks like guided study programs, individual one-on-one programs with teachers, peer tutoring, mentoring, but not a special education class.
If students who have special needs come to you, so since there's no mandate, you can be selective and turn them back?
That's
So if students from Granby in your district need some special needs, are you able to provide the entire, are you able to respond to the entire need on your own, or do you still need some collaboration, participation from our public school district?
I would say typically the answer is it depends. It depends on what the student would present to us. typically, we've been able to rely on our own resources. We would send a student back to their host town for educational testing, or their hometown for educational testing.
I thought I gained enough time for the end. So-
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you did? All right,
Yeah.
go.
Oh, I've been looking at it, yeah. This is probably outside the scope, but it's more out of curiosity. As far as the, your teaching staff goes, do they follow the same guidelines as the mass standards? As far as, yeah, licensure and degrees and that sort of thing?
Our teachers don't have to be Massachusetts licensed. Typically, we look when we're hiring to hire, I should say, more subject specialists and education trained. So about 3/4 of our teachers have master's degrees. Many of those are in the subject discipline, and not as many then are Massachusetts licensed educators.
And what about the other quarter?
Would have bachelor's degrees.
Anything else?
Can you tell us about how many of your students, your graduates, pursue four-year colleges? More about?
Sure. So we track this fairly readily. About 40% of our students are going off to what we would call top 50 four-year colleges in the United States. About 85% are going to top 100 schools, and close to 100% are pursuing four-year programs. There are individuals, I think this past year we had one or two who applied to went to two-year programs or chose gap years. But typically it is a four-year college-bound graduating class.
Do you know what percentage of those going to top schools are international students? And
I actually haven't broken it down that way, so I can't answer that. I think it's probably a blended throughout the group. The one that I did is our average graduating student has somewhere around a B+ average, and if they're at or above, they have about an 80% of our students who are at or above our GPA go to those top 50 schools, and that number drops significantly when they're below our average. So again, it pays to be above average wherever you are.
I guess yeah. It's like Lake Wabagon. Everybody's above
Everybody's
average.
above average, that's right.
You have a question?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Just getting back to the special ed services, you said that you don't have a formalized special ed program. Did I hear that?
Right, we don't have, our students don't have IEPs.
So
We're
if,
not under mandate to provide the services, so
Eh. and if a student comes in and is having some academic issues related to any sort of, I don't know, maybe a disability, what happens then?
we have a student support team. We have a dean's meeting that meets weekly to discuss students of concern. And we try to put supports in place for those individual students. So the example could be, our teachers have mandatory extra help 3 days a week after school so that they're available for all of our students. A student might be placed into that extra help and have that like a class, so you would take attendance, you can't skip it, or you would have a detention, that sort of thing. So you go into mandatory extra help, they could be placed into study hall periods. We have supervised study halls throughout the day. Again, we have a program called Guided Study, which is one-on-one. It's a paid program where a student can have individual one-on-one support with an adult. Then placed into a study skill group. So we have a range of supports that we can put in place for students.
But the staff isn't, you don't have trained staff. Or you said most of your staff is subject trained. So you don't have staff that's actually trained for special education.
We do have a special ed, we have a 3-person staff in our student support department.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But again, when we talk about special ed classes or mandated IEP special ed support, it's a different thing.
What kind of advanced programs do you follow? Is it IB or AP, a combination?
We're in AP, so AP and honors level courses for our students. Right now, we offer AP courses. I could go through the list. I think it's 14 or 15 AP courses, so 2 in English, 2 in history, 4 in mathematics, 4 in science, languages as well. So we have had students graduate with up to 8 AP exams over a couple of years. And then we have honors track, honors level students.
That's all I have. Anybody else? Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we vote?
No, not at this point. Just want to respond to your comment earlier about collaboration. Yes, Superintendent Stanton and I agreed at our last meeting that we would table discussion of a collaboration for the future. We hope to get to a place where we can work together. Understanding and accepting we need to get to that point. Not there right now.
All right. So, is there a motion to approve? Do we approve the private school or do we approve? Pardon me?
The application.
The application. Okay, is there a motion to approve the application for private school from McDuffie for the school year 2018-2019?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other questions or discussions? All right, all in favor of approve, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
You are dismissed.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Steve.
The second item under new business also requires a vote, that is the closure of West Street student activity accounts.
Yeah, so these are, I apologize, they should have been included when we did the high school ones a few weeks ago. But these are just closing the checking and savings account from West Street and just transferring over to West Street. East Meadow, sorry.
Balance any of these, because the sheet I saw.
Yeah, it's about $6,300 between the two checking account and savings account that we would just take from West Street and move it to East Meadow.
Do we need to move on to one individually, or is it?
That's what we did last time.
Yeah.
And the reason I asked about the dollar amount is because I included the dollar amount in my motion.
Last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it says balance, so that should take care of it, right?
Sure.
Because it could change, pennies or whatever.
So actually, that's a good point.
So we were closing accounts last time, at least for high school. We were closing some accounts and either transferring them to the principal's holding or moving them into a revolving account. So this is really just getting the accounts out of the West Street name and putting the money into East Meadow's account. So I can get exact balances, but it's really just transferring the West Street balance to East Meadow.
How quickly do we have to transfer these to East Meadow? Is there an urgency, in other words, for these?
Not really, but it should have been done when we did the high school ones a couple meetings ago, so.
No,
There is no urgency, but,
The reason why I'm asking, regardless of what it is, we're technically closing an account and we're moving, right? So we should, I agree with Mike that we should follow the same approach and make sure that we understand the numbers.
yep.
Not that we're gonna keep the numbers, you know,
Yep.
in
So-
memory, but it would be good to know what this means, really.
So in the West Street checking account, it was about $1,900, $1,859.
Which one is that?
The West
Adam?
Street checking account. $1,859.68 is the balance. And the West Street savings account is $4,004.
I'm gonna
Table
ask you,
it.
no, one more time. I,
1859.68.
thank you. That's the West Street one, right?
West Street checking. Yep.
Checking, yeah.
Savings?
I'll wait till Emery's ready.
I'm ready now.
Good.
I have to open my OneNote.
4,440.23.
Okay,
Was there anything left in the student activity savings?
What's that?
Student
Oh.
activity checking account?
Resolution?
So the first one was the checking account and the second one was the savings account.
You have 3 accounts
Yeah,
listed
you
in
Do I?
here.
Yeah.
The
You
West
have the
Street Student Activity
Activity
Savings
Fund.
Account.
Account.
Okay, so it should only be two. It should only be the checking and the savings account.
just two? It should just be
Just the two. Yep.
Okay.
So, can we make a motion?
Yes.
So I make a motion to move $1,859.68 from the West Street checking account to the East Meadow checking account, to close the West Street checking account. Did I get that right?
Yeah, so we're
Yes.
closing the West Street checking account, which currently has $1,859.68.
So can we just, you might just want to add in there, that was balance as of November 8th, and there might be a few cents interest or a little bit more interest. So I don't know how you want to put the words in there, you know.
That's why I think the
now you're
balance is
waiting on
better.
this, So that's why.
So I kind of kept
just
it
say the balance
a little
in
vague.
those accounts or that number or whatever it might be, but I'm guessing the interest is gonna have accrued.
Because by the time you vote on it
And I
and
would hate to
then have it go
that
through, then we have to
over
come back and
something.
we're gonna have to do it for 38 cents or whatever.
Right,
So can we amend it to say the amount plus any accrued interest?
So make a motion to
Thank you.
move $1,859.68 from the West Street checking account, plus any accrued interest, to close out the West Street checking account and move it to the East Meadow checking account.
Good, that covers it? All right, thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, any questions, discussion? All right, all in favor to approve, please say aye.
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 So I make a motion to move $4,440.23 plus any accrued interest from the West Street savings account to the East Meadow savings account in order to close out the West Street savings account.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions, discussion? All right, all in favor to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Fiscal year 2019 additional requests.
Yes. So in your folder is a spreadsheet. As you know, as the year progresses between the budget being approved and voted on, and then the opening of school, and typically through this fall, part of the year, there are additional required items that do come in, and then as we look moving forward and we wrap up FY18 and look at how we're trending in the budget, there may be some space to allow us to make some requests. So the leader...
Did you refer to a spreadsheet that is...
Yes, it's called...
It's very tiny.
But you have your computers, so there's that little handy dandy little plus.
Yes.
It's a
That's-
PDF version.
Okay,
On the spreadsheet.
Yep.
It says FY19 requests.
okay. I mean, I have numbers from you, but that's in my OneNote, so I
Do
just...
you have it, Emery?
Okay, got it.
Okay. Can you make it bigger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, bigger.
Okay.
I was just teasing.
Just so you know, the leadership team over the past probably 8 weeks, 2 months, really has been looking at the needs of the district, the needs of the schools. So you know the list is much longer, but we did prioritize the list. And there were some items on the list that the team decided we could hold off until we began talking about the FY20 budgeting process. So there are additional items, but we're going to put those off until we begin talking about FY20. So for everyone who's watching, the request is for an East Meadow paraprofessional, as we've had a student move into the district that per the IEP does require a one-to-one. And the budget line for this would be currently we've had some transition tuition that was reduced because a student is no longer with us. So we would be able to use the savings there to cover that paraprofessional. And then in FY20, we would build it into the local budget. The second request is for implementing the after-school and Saturday tutoring program. We're going to talk about the idea behind that when we talk about accountability, but there's been a change to accountability, and one of the things that districts has to consider is chronic absenteeism and how we're engaging with students to make sure that we're providing instruction when students are chronically absent. So this is a program that we would like to develop. The cost is $20,000, and what we would like to do is increase our home hospital line from $5,000 to $25,000. And again, the cost would come, or the funding would come from special education, where we've had an out-of-district tuition that was less than anticipated because the students' needs have changed. And so we have some savings there that we would like to apply to develop this program. I'm going to skip technology for a second. David?
Yes.
Okay, but not because it's not important, but because there's an unknown on yours, so
Okay.
I will call you in a second. At East Meadow, I think Mr. Simpson brought up a good point maybe 2 meetings ago. How is the additional student and having all the students here, how's that working? Are we seeing any needs? One of the things that we've been talking about since we went down to one principal was, instead of bringing an assistant principal in, the need for the adjustment counselor. And we've talked about that here, but we would like to put it on this list as an additional request. For this year, for the remainder of the year, it would most likely be about $25,000, depending on the hire. We are seeing an increase in student need, an increase in volume of students requiring intervention, and some real organizational thought around providing support so that students can either maybe have a time out of class plan or have a small group where they're working through some of their issues and developing strategies to cope and to adjust to the classroom. And so for FY19, as I said, it's about $25,000. What we would like to do is use the rollover of school choice, which we potentially are seeing, and also the school choice revenue that we have this year to fund for this year. And then we have applied for the DPH, the Department of Public Health grant, which would hopefully cover that salary next year, so it would not bear a burden on the local budget. And then as part of the strategic plan, you are aware that the leadership team and the strategic planning team decided that a K-12 assessment system was necessary so that we could truly measure student growth. Right now, MCAS is our only measure. That's never a good thing to only have one measure. So this year, the cost of that is $10,645. Next year would be about half of that. And this year, we're going to use a combination of funding through Title I, Title IIA, Title IV, and both of the principals using some local instructional lines from their schools' budgets. And then finally, the longstanding technology support, the IT support specialist slash service, because we have been talking about either. It is, we are fully one-to-one in grades 3 through 6. The requirement of that alone has really strapped David. And to be able to have someone who can respond quickly to teacher and student requests, I think is just going to continue to grow. I think most importantly, we have to recognize that our online presence in learning is growing, and that MCAS will be 100% online next year. And so we're prepared and preparing students to get ready for that environment. And thankfully to the building project here, we do have the one-to-ones, but I think watching David work this year, just in this building alone, to manage the hardware, the software, the data, the DESI reporting, the physical plant technologies, the security in both systems, the cybersecurity systems, and the network infrastructure is falling on one person. And it really has become much more than a single person job. And so for this year, we would be looking at the salary savings from FY19. And then for FY20, we would be looking at the salary savings as well, plus incorporating it into the budget request. And so this year it's $25,000 because it would be about the remainder of the year. And so next year we would estimate that the cost of that position would be about $50,000. And I'm going to bring David up, or at least be ready to answer some questions as we go back. Can you explain what's happening with Acuity and the whole?
Certainly, yes. So several years ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, we signed an agreement with a firm. Actually, it's the same firm that the town of Granby uses to manage their IT infrastructure and their electronic devices for all the other town departments. And the town's agreement is very different than the school department's agreement. The town has a very comprehensive agreement. They don't, to my knowledge, have any IT staff in town, so they have a very comprehensive agreement with this vendor that does pretty much everything for them. We have a pay-as-you-go agreement with them, where we contract for a sum of money to help us out if we need an engineer for a serious problem, or like a major network failure that's not, a typical quick fix. And as of March 1st, this organization is changing the way that they handle these contracts. The pay-as-you-go, that's a term that I use, is not going to be a priority contract. So they will continue to service us that way. That's not their recommendation, because we're going to probably be at the lowest level on the priority list. So if we call them and say, hey, we're doing MCAS testing this week, and the file server that houses all of the testing software, the cache server, has crashed, we really need your help. We're really in a very tough situation. And if they are overwhelmed with calls from the people who have the platinum level contracts, we're probably not going to get the service that we really need. Despite the terrible situation we may be in, we may not have help. They will say, yeah, we'll help you. We'll have someone available, in a few days. But, if we have testing that morning or the next day, that could be a problem. So what they're basically doing is it's kind of a way to strongly encourage customers to to have contracts similar to what the town has. It does not necessarily mean it has to be as comprehensive as a town contract or as costly, but we have to have something that will offer us protection and the support that we need. We have to sit down with them, we have to negotiate with them, so it's somewhat of an unknown. We don't know what effect this will have on the, financially. So that's where we are. So the superintendent was very accurate in saying it's unknown. We're hoping to have a meeting with them sometime soon. It was kind of a difficult explanation. I think I did it too.
Question. Do you know what the difference is in the service level agreements between the service you have now versus the upgraded contract?
Now versus the town, you mean? Or-
Yeah, so what is your service level agreement with them now versus what will we gain?
So and I can't, once again, it would not be, I did not actually look at the town's contract, so it would not be appropriate for me to speak with authority on that. But based on what I was told from the vendor, is that that higher level contract actually identifies the inventory in the town buildings.
Okay.
And this company agrees to maintain that inventory, so that if a town employee comes in someday and tries to get onto a system and it doesn't work, the computer doesn't work, the server doesn't work, that company is obligated to repair that. Okay, we don't have that type of
break fix and everything over
yeah.
there.
We don't have an agreement. Well, with the exception, we have one piece of equipment that's under that agreement. It's a backup system because it has to be under that system. But our file server, none of our equipment is under that system. So I try to I try to do as much of it as I can. But if there's something that requires an engineer, I call them. So you can look. There's pros and cons either way. Historically, the benefit to us was that it was less costly. But, and it's possible you could go for 6 months, 12 months without a major failure on a system. But then, when a system does fail, you're hoping that a technician's available, and then it's a pay-as-you-go. If it's a $500 repair, it's probably not a big deal, but if it's several $1,000s, and Emery, you might recall several years ago, before Superintendent Stanton was with us, we had a very unpleasant surprise where a main system had failed, and we knew that the end of life was coming, but we weren't expecting it to happen when it happened and as suddenly as it did. And it was probably like approximately $25,000 repair, if I recall at that time. Now those things will still happen. I mean, they're not warranting the equipment. If a piece of equipment is past its life and dies and has to be replaced, it has to be replaced. But when they are under contract to cover the equipment, it's almost like the photocopiers, where a photocopier can go for a month without a major failure, but if you have to call a technician in 10 times in a week, you're not paying extra for that. That's under contract. So that's kind of like the way the town's equipment is contracted, where we don't really have coverage on individual equipment. If that makes sense.
So we wanted to be very transparent that this contract is up in March and that we need to address that, but the cost is unknown. And so one of the things that is on the additional request is a technology audit and consultation, so that we can have help with identifying what are potential solutions, given how our network runs, how David runs, just so that we have good information to base a decision on. Because it may be that there's a different way to create the same level of service that we're not aware of. So the firm number for that is 5,000, and the budget line would be the technology contingency, which is part of our local budget.
I have a question about the audit. Now, would that be done by someone other than the contract company that
Yes.
we're using?
Mm-hmm.
And then on that, when we're in this, we're talking about renegotiating, would we go out for bids from other contractors that support in the same way?
Well, first of all, the firm that we're currently using is on the state contract. Okay, so we can go out to bid, we do not have to. The reason we went with them originally is because we wanted to be using the same vendor the town was using. Because at that time, there was, and there still is, discussion about shared software systems, particularly the financial software. And if that's going to manifest itself, it would be ideal to have the same vendor manage all the town's networks. Because you don't want to get into a situation where the school department can't connect to the payroll system and you have two vendors doing this. You want, so we have to be very careful of that. So it would be my strong suggestion that before, we do anything like that, that we meet with Mr. Martin or other people on the town side.
So under this pay-as-you-go system currently, what are the costs that are incurred? On a yearly basis, what?
You pay an hourly rate every time you have a failure, and we tend to budget, I think we budgeted the last couple of years somewhere between $12,000 and $14,000 for that. Didn't mean we used all that money, but there are some years we have money left over, and there's other years we have cost overruns based on problems you have on the network.
And is the expectation that by signing a contract, as they recommend, that there's going to be some cost savings to us?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be more likely that we're doing this so we can get the support in a more timely way.
So are you saying that under this pay-as-you-go system, the level of service that we receive from this company is not up to standards, and that the service will be improved if we sign a contract?
I think what we're seeing is the company is changing the way that they do all their contracts, and the arrangement we currently have is not going to be eligible for priority level support.
So I think to answer your question, we get priority support. So the question here isn't, are we not getting good support? I think you would agree,
Yes.
we get good support, but we buy blocks of time, and they're not gonna offer that anymore.
So it kind of feels to me that we're kind of getting backed in a corner here.
Yeah, I think so.
And that.
So that's why the audit,
So
to
not only are we
see
getting
if-
backed in a corner, but you're also recommending that we don't go out to bid, and, I mean, if.
I'm not suggesting absolutely against that. I'm just saying that there's more involved would be more involved in that. It's not an issue isolated to the school department. I think it's an issue that would warrant a discussion with town officials. If you want to go that route, that would be my recommendation. But I guess what this comes down to, and for many years we've been getting away with getting a lot of technology with a very little amount of expense, between getting donated equipment, by doing all sorts of creative things. So, at some point, the stuff that you're getting for free doesn't always continue to come for free. When you develop these personalized relationships with these vendors and you befriend their engineer, their technician who does favors for you, or comes by when he doesn't have to help you out when you're in a bad situation with a crashed server because they feel bad for you, that's all great stuff. But those are kind of like freebies. Those are like courtesies. And you can't, everything in the district between physical plant, the instruction, relies upon technology. And you can't put all your eggs in the basket that's basically supported with courtesies and donations and freebies and, hoping that something terrible doesn't break at the wrong time, I guess.
Well, we knew this day was we've been talking about this for 4 years. This is just not the ideal way of doing business, is feeling like you're kind of backed in a corner. You have to make a change because, there's less in our control. In other
What
words.
it really comes down to is what they're willing to guarantee with this added
contract? Like, what do you really gain? I've worked in the IT world for too long to know the difference between platinum support and regular support is nothing. It's literally nothing. I've worked in the IT world for a very long time, and yeah, so it really just boils down to your SLA. I mean, if they're not going to guarantee you a better turnaround time, then their contract is
What's SLA?
a service level agreement. So, and basically what that's saying is that we promise to have your problem fixed within, if it's depending on the critical nature of your break, they guarantee you a fix within X amount of days. And when you buy platinum support, you should be jumped to the front of the queue. What they don't tell you is everybody buys platinum support because nobody wants to be at the bottom of the queue. So that's...
And that's kind of like what's happening to us. We're in a situation where 90% of the other people are going to be in that platinum level, and we're going to be at the bottom.
So if there's a horrible thing that happens and everybody's down, then...
So what is the alternative? If platinum means nothing, because everybody's platinum, what is the alternative to really get the level of service that if money was no object, what would be the best way to go?
Well, I think what's going to happen is that this consultation that the superintendent was suggesting will identify those type of alternatives. And I mean, I can begin to speculate and throw some ideas out now, but the different school systems take different approaches to this. There are some school systems that have more of their support needs to the outside, and they may have, a person in-house, such as myself, that kind of connects it all together. There's other schools that have a big staff of people employed by a district inside, and they only they contract out sparingly. There's all sorts of things that different districts do. I will say, once again, we were doing things very inexpensively, extremely inexpensively for many, many years. So unfortunately, we're in a situation where we're going to have to spend money, and like Jen was suggesting, you're going to have to spend the money, and it's not something where you're going to see a lot of radical changes. You're not going. It's where we are right now.
There is, I guess, some difference between inexpensive and cheap, right? In terms of quality that you're getting. So I'm still thinking inexpensive in terms of what is the optimal service that we need for our needs. I mean, that's what we think about anytime we spend any money. But I understand that we're not going to be able to do all these things for free or almost free, as you've been helping to do for so many years now. It's just some things are likely to change. What I'm trying to understand is a few things. One is, since the town has the same company, does that give us any leverage? Does it make their service maybe a little more reasonably priced because now we have a larger package that we are subscribing to? Aside from that, obviously, there is the question of, are they the only game in town? Can we just look at something else? I understand what you're saying in terms of having the same company look at the systems and, in fact, implementations across the town. That's understood. But I don't know what that means. I don't know how much really we play with the town, how much we interact with their systems. Even SoftWrite has been sitting there for 3+ years now. I don't know when it's going to happen. If the only reason is SoftWrite, I wouldn't hold my breath for too long. It's still a consideration. Hopefully, it happens soon. But if that's the only reason why we feel locked into a company, I would suggest that we may want to look elsewhere. The other thing is there a possibility of sharing services for this type of service?
Lumping in with the town, you mean?
Yeah, well, not only the town, but if there are some other school districts that say, you know what, this is too much for me, I would like to share it, and they're not too far, instead of being in queue of in the queue with, I don't know, 50 other platinum subscribers. I'd rather have that one person who would go between 2-3 school districts, and knowing that I'm only one of the 3, I think it gives me a better feeling than knowing that I'm one of the 50. I'm not saying any one of these would be the best way to go, but is that what we are trying to do with that audit and then the conversations that we're planning on having, David?
I would, yeah, once again, the person conducting the audit has a very impressive resume, and this is pretty much their business, where they go into schools and they make an assessment, they interview key stakeholders, they have all these ideas that you talked about, plus a lot more, and they find out what would be the best match for you. Or they might offer multiple scenarios. You have, based on what we learned here, there's 3 or 4 scenarios that we think will work pretty well for you, and they may present that. So unfortunately, we won't know that until we have the audit done, but that's the reason we wanted to have the audit done, because, we could talk all night about different scenarios, all of which have some merit, but.
When is the audit happening, or is it already undergoing?
We're waiting to,
Oh, so we have to vote on it, no, okay. And then the next thing is, when is the current contract up?
Yeah, we would have to enter into a new contract sometime before March 1st, because that's when they change. Well, if, we can continue doing what we're doing, which would be a gamble, I wouldn't recommend that, or we could have some type of agreement
the month of August.
on March 1st.
Two more things. One is, now, I obviously like the idea of sitting down and understanding what we need, what we have, identify the gaps, and then we go with that. That's the audit, right? That seems to be the only item that doesn't have any price next to it.
The audit has the price of 5,000.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes. And
Okay.
then the I guess to be determined would be.
Oh, the other one is
actual-
based on the audit.
Correct.
Okay, you told me that, I already, okay, forgot that. Thank you. And the last question, we've been talking about a data analyst for a while. Is that part of this conversation, or is this, since we are saying that we're gonna be spending some money in technology, that is still outside this, or is it,
Support specialist person, right?
is that what it is?
Yeah.
/ service. So I think as part of the audit, it would be to ask, as central office and as the audit discovers from key stakeholders what the needs are, is the IT support specialist a person, or is it a service? Or a combination, or, we've been walking down the road of a person, but while we have an opportunity to have some insight, and someone look at the entire district and the needs of the district, from outside, I think it's a good opportunity for us to really define what it is we need, and how to best solve that.
So we can't really even vote on that one then, because that would be, we need to do the audit piece first, and then, or, no?
That's fine.
Yeah, I am convinced that the audit is gonna, tell us that we have to do
Right, but
something.
if they say
Yeah.
service, it's more likely to be more than the 50,000 that we're trying to put aside, or the 25 for currently, right? So I don't, if we have to be specific about amounts for this in order for it to go through, it doesn't seem to make sense to me, if we don't know it's going to be a person or a service, to identify and vote on an amount. No? Anyone? Thoughts?
Or are we capping it at 25,000? I mean,
The 25,000 was half of a full-time FTE for the rest of the year, assuming it was a person.
Right, but we don't know if it's a person, right? That's what we're saying.
Right, so at the last second, before we kind of finalized that, instead of strong arming ourselves into a person, we added service and didn't really touch the dollar amount, not knowing what that dollar amount might be. So that $25,000 is for a full-time person for half of the rest of this year. Not necessarily a service for the remainder of the year. I would assume if the technology audit is going to advise us that it's either a service we need or a little bit of a combination of both, we wouldn't enter into a service until probably FY '20. Just my assumption. But yes, you are right in understanding that it might not be $25,000 if it is a service.
How long is this audit gonna take?
Usually they are on campus for a few days. And then probably within a couple of weeks, we have a report. So he could potentially have things wrapped up, sometime in late January.
So,
I don't have any more questions on the technology piece.
Okay.
The audit piece.
On the
So-
audit piece, yeah, I don't
okay.
either.
so and thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David.
So the total of the request, just to wrap up, and then we can get into the deeper conversation. The total would be 102,645, and then the to be determined, just to keep that in your minds. There would be no additional funds requested. All of for FY19 would be either through tuition adjustments, transition adjustments, school choice carryover, school choice enrollment increase, salary savings that we have this year, grants, and then reallocating within the local. So I'm happy to answer.
The broad question that I have, Cheryl, is the column header says, how will this be sustained going forward?
Mm-hmm.
The items that correspond to the total line, they're related to FY19. So what does that mean in terms
So-
of the cost of all these services FY20?
Right, so the header could have been more clear. I do believe that for each one of them, there's a description of how it will be paid for in FY19, and then in FY20, how we consider paying for it in FY20. So for example, the paraprofessional, that will have to be built into the FY20 budget. So when we prepare the FY20 request, it will have to be built into the local. For the second one, which is the implementing the after-school program, in FY20, we would have to build that into the budget. If the program, is sustainable and has good results, we would have to build that in. For the adjustment counselor, as I mentioned, it would be FY19 would be the school choice carryover, and the school choice increase, and then for FY20, we would be very hopeful that the Department of Health grant that we've been awarded, that we would be awarded again, and we would use that funding for the adjustment counselor. It seems like the grant is written exactly for that. So
Is it a full funding? Or?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. Full funding. The MAP testing in FY20 would actually be reduced because the professional development wouldn't be part of the cost, so it would be about half as much. So again, in FY20, we would build it into a combination of the local and grants. And the IT support, we would have to build that into the FY20 request.
Which one is it again?
For the IT support specialist
Okay.
/ service.
The adjustment counselor grants, how many years is that grant?
It's a 2-year,
4
4-year.
years with two-year renewals.
4 years with 2-year renewal?
I believe it comes out to 8 years of possible funding.
Did we use it at all so far for this purpose?
No, so the grant has shifted. Originally, it was for the development of nurse leader programming and expanding nursing in schools. Now it's really focused, as the entire Commonwealth is focused on mental health services, increasing mental health services for students.
So then every 2 years, you're getting the grant refunded, right? You're rewriting the grant?
I'm gonna look right now. 8 years sounds a little long. It might be 4 years with
Yeah,
two
I've never
one-year
heard of an 8-year
renewals.
grant.
but I'm gonna look right now. We just
it-
submitted the grant too.
Is this a prepaid grant or is it paid after you spend the money and just like our Chapter 40 money? Does it come after?
No, you request it
fact-
as you request it,
Oh, okay.
yeah, on a monthly basis.
Okay.
Yep.
In the after-school program, what are our absenteeism rates like?
So, we're actually gonna get into that in the
Oh,
accountability.
okay.
When we start talking about accountability, so I was actually gonna flip it, but then I got really excited about asking, like, for Christmas. But yeah, we'll talk about, the rates. The accountability, in general, the accountability system has shifted, and I don't think that DESI has settled on this as the final version, but as the leadership team talked, through, attendance will definitely be a part of whatever accountability system is finalized. Because they're using attendance as a measure of achievement, but also of support, and of mental health.
In terms of priority, looks like we kind of went the project prioritization way. We know that we're going to be in projects when you know that you're going to be doing all those things, and you have to prioritize some of these urgent pieces that may come up. Then we tend to put ones on many of them.
Yeah.
But in terms of budget prioritization, which one of these would you all consider the priority from one to whatever? Because when it comes to budget, when I look at all ones, I remember what we usually say, which is if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority.
Right.
What is the best way for us to look at this?
Well, so I want to remind you how I started. This list was probably at least twice as long.
Okay.
So we prioritized in groups of.
And those were twos?
And those were twos.
And threes.
There were some threes.
Yeah, and threes.
I think that, we've been working on very tight budget for a very long time. And so we've become very, I think, cautious in requests. This really does represent growth for the district, particularly the adjustment counselor, the assessment system. Both of those meet the goals of the strategic plan. We are always required under IEP to do the things like the one-to-one paraprofessional, but implementing an after-school or Saturday tutoring program, those are exciting opportunities to have and to work with the leadership team to develop. So do you ask, do any prioritize in the budget? I think they're all exciting. I think they're all exciting for different reasons, and they all definitely support a problem, answering a problem and solving a problem for each of the schools and each of the principals and the directors. So I purposely did not, or we did not rank these. We just put them all out as, they're very diverse, obviously, also. There isn't really a way to say that one is more important or less important. I think the fact that we can do it without any additional requests, and that some of them are coming through grants, those would be the easy ones if you wanted to think about it like that, I suppose. But
I have a
that's,
different view on that, though.
Yeah.
Because to hire an adjustment counselor, well, that might be a little different because it's a longer grant. But to bring in an IT specialist and then fund it, right? And when we have budget deficit issues, I have concerns about cutting positions, especially new positions. And sometimes it is the last one in is the first one out. And so, I don't know, I just want to throw that out there, that I don't think it's as easy, even though it is funded for FY19, I don't think it's
Right.
that cut and dry.
You were kind of going in a direction that I was trying to think. Some of these, at least one of them seems to be a mandatory spend, the
Yes.
top one.
Yeah.
And if I misspeak, please correct me. That's how I heard you say, I think. It's based on a IEP, and we needed the paraprofessional. In terms of IT expenditure, at least for me, since we're gonna have the Blizzard bag conversations, and we've been having these nice conversations about changing the way we teach, changing the way we get the students to think and use technology for that purpose. At least I would feel a little hypocritical if I said that, on one side it's great, but on the other side we're not going to spend any money, we're not going to invest into it, and therefore it's not needed. So I see that, as you called it, aligned more with our strategic thinking as to where we would like to be as a school district. The ones where I will confess I still don't know much about, the two items are the after-school Saturday program, and I think it would really help if we understood what the context is. And the other one is the MAP testing, the NWEA MAP testing. What the expected outcome of those investments would be good to hear from you.
So, Bill, are you able to speak to the ILT discussion around the assessment system?
Very limited. So, one of the things that we've realized here at East Meadow is that we don't have a true measure of showing growth for our students other than MCAS. And we have assessments that we give on grade level. We have things we're looking at, the different assessments they do with their unit tests and their chapter tests and the beginning of the year test and the end of the year test. But there's no true measurement. The MAP testing offers a test that starts with the student when they're in kindergarten, and it continues to show that growth throughout the time that they take that test. So it's not like MCAS, where every year they score within that 300 or 400 or 500, whatever they score in the MCAS. It's going to be a continuum, so that the student would maybe score in kindergarten 80 or to 100. And then when they come back the following year, and they start in the fall, they should then be scoring somewhere on the assessment that's for first grade would be based on the standards for first grade, and they would take that same test 3 times throughout the year based on those standards, not the same exact test, but based on those standards. And they should show growth on that, so that they would maybe start out with like 100, then move to 120, 150 by the end of the year. Then when they come back the following year and they take the test for second grade, they should be at that 150 or slightly a little bit more, and then continue to grow. If we see any sort of decline there, then we know that students have lost some of that over the summer, or that there's they've fallen back a little bit or something like that, and we have that much more to go from there. It offers us a clean look to see that students are truly growing along the standards from kindergarten right through 9th grade, and that we can test and that we can see that. It's a real quick assessment. It then offers the teachers a complete report on the standards, where the students are on that, what standards need to be taught more. So then it aligns to our unit planning and to our setting of how we are instructing in the classroom every day. Right now, we set the standards at the beginning of the year, we teach those standards, and then we hope at the end of the year we roll the dice and we hope that we taught those standards and that's what they do well on the MCAS. This is going to be a way to check that throughout the year so that we can actually see. It'll be something we can go over with students, and we can say, this is where you were, and this is where you are, and this is where you should be. And goal setting with students as well, and to open up those kind of conversations. These are the conversations we've started to have with the instructional leadership team. These are things that we're trying to do to move the district in the right direction. Some of the things we're seeing is that due to the lack of continuum in leadership and whatnot, a lot of these things were never addressed because you had administrators coming, administrators going. You had people who were here but weren't really able to get this far along with mapping out the progress and looking at what happened. So this is a logical step in the next look at, are our students growing, and are we seeing what we need to see? And not just for our low students, or our high students, but for all students, so that we can see where they're at. If we have a student come into second grade and score at third grade level, then we know, okay, we need to push this student along, and we need to offer the extension. We need to make sure that we're offering the students this, and then at the end of that year, or through that year, we can map and see where that student is, that they're progressing as well. Not just, oh yeah, they knew the second grade standards, so there they passed that, you know, and it's an opportunity to really look at instruction and to dive deep, and that's what we've been talking about. We're going to get into that a little with the MCAS and whatnot, and you know, I'm excited that we're having these conversations. You know, we've joked about, you know, we're all moved in now, the boxes are all put away, you know, we're ready for Thanksgiving dinner because everything's unpacked, but we're unpacked and we're ready to do this, you know, but we need a few things to do it, you know, and this is one of them. This is something that, you know, if you talk to the instructional leadership teams, if you talk to people who have been here, you know, one of our reading specialists, our math specialists, they are just so excited about having the opportunity to track growth and to look at growth and to be able to see this and be able to move forward with this. And unfortunately, it's time sensitive because if we don't start now and get this first assessment done, we kind of lose it for the year. You know, we're behind for this year. We lose another year. And that's another year of the students that are in second grade not having that opportunity to move forward, the students that are in third grade. So we go through another year of, okay, we're going to work on this for next year, and we're going to put this off for next year. And we don't want to do that. We want to do this now. We want to work on this, and we want to make it work.
And I think one of the things we've been talking about is how can we help teachers and support teachers around the conversations of what have my students learned? And that's at the grade level. So if you're looking at a cohort of students, how do we know and take ownership as all of the teachers at that grade level what these learned and how much they're growing? And again, you know, we'll talk about it on the accountability results, but we are not seeing, I'm not pleased with the numbers of students that are performing at meets expectation or exceeds. And I think part of it is because we're not quite sure at our grade levels, you know, yes, students are meeting our grade levels, but are they really reaching every potential that they have as an individual learner, and really starting to have those conversations and use the data to group children, to have small group instruction, to have extension activities. We really don't have the data around what students are ready to learn and what they can learn independently, and this is the type of assessment system that will get us that kind of information.
Is this one of the pieces that will be used to assess whether students are growing? Because
yes,
maybe I am just hearing just one side of the story, which I probably am, but it seems like it's another test to measure whether or not they learn certain things. Is this going to be one of those legs of how we measure whether and how much our students are growing as individuals, as students, as learners, as critical thinkers, as problem solvers? And is this something that many school districts use?
Yes.
I mean, I should have asked the other one.
That is probably the only system that I'm aware of that was actually developed by teachers to measure student growth and student learning, with the expectation that it's used to help drive instruction. You know, it's hard to use MCAS in a timely manner when it's taken in May and you don't get results final until October. This is a way for us to get results and immediately turn those results into actionable change in classrooms so that we're really understanding what kids know about each of the standards.
So let me ask it this way then. 'Cause
I didn't answer his question.
I'm still so is this something that is, you know, is going to be on electronic
Yes.
medium, and the students come in at the beginning of the year, they sit down and take this, so we baseline it,
Yes.
and then they take multiple exams throughout the year,
Yes.
so we can track what
Yes.
it is? And we adjust how we instruct based on what they
Yes.
what they show to us.
Yes.
Okay.
How immediate will the change be though?
So once the students finish a session, then at the grade level teams, again, it's about creating the systems for teachers to have the time to discuss the results, and not as a problem of teacher, but as a to consider it as learning. How many of these kids are struggling with this particular standard, and what as a group of teachers can we do in our instruction to address that? We'll take a look at a lesson. Maybe go in and observe each other around a lesson in a particular standard. Maybe talk to students as they're participating to understand where is it that there's a breakdown in what they're hearing or what they're being asked to do as independent practice. I think having the data is critical to having that very important discussion about how can I reflect on my practice to make sure that kids are learning, not just completing assignments, not just, doing a worksheet, but actually demonstrating what they know. So it's hard to have that conversation when there isn't a common assessment that the students are being measured by.
I think it's a great idea.
I thought so too.
Just kidding. And I can see why you would say this is a priority number one. I mean, this is, we ask for data, we ask for outcomes, and this is something that is a continuous flow of data.
I think it is. It is something that we've been talking about and we asked for. But you know me. Hopefully, it's not the only thing. It's one of the first few things that we are.
To know you, yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Mike.
I didn't have a question on that. My question was more on the IT support specialist. I'm all for it. I guess my concern is the way it was actually brought on by Jen and the way it seems to be structured here. It's like, do we really understand what we're going to spend the $25,000 on this year and into next year, I guess is the question. And if we do, then great. I'm all for it. But if we don't, I think we got to think about that a little bit more clearly.
This to me seems like a line item that you put on here to convey that in the very near future, we're going to need this anyway, based on the audit. And we're not really sure, it's a moving target still, but we just want to let you know. That's how I'm reading this.
But I don't want to hire somebody, to your point,
Right.
for half a year and then say, well, the audit came back and said we need to move in this direction
Well,
instead.
and
I'm
I
not
think I would say we wouldn't make a hire
Yeah,
until we had the
right.
report that said, you know what, the person, as we've talked to the stakeholders, the auditor, will take our consideration and help us, I think, create that position or create the request for service. And that we would come back and say, as a result of the audit, we're gonna move forward with this
Right.
or this.
I do agree that something needs to be done here.
Right.
Absolutely, I'm just afraid that we're gonna paint ourselves into a corner by how it's worded, but I don't know what the right words are.
Which words are you concerned about, Jen?
No, just,
Like, I don't know what we're voting on. Are we voting on a hire for this, or are we just voting on segregating the money to do something with it? I'm not really
yeah,
sure based on.
Mike and I seem to be on the same page for this. Like, I'm concerned that we're gonna be voting on earmarking or, readjusting the 25,000 with the potential for a fiscal year 20 request for 50,000. But that's, I don't know. I don't know how, my mind is working overtime and I don't know how to convey what it is that I'm hung up on. So give me a minute, let me chew on it.
I hope you're getting paid for the overtime.
If I could, for example, the adjustment counselor, 25,000 is a estimate, because depending on the hire, it could be someone who has less experience and maybe is just out of school versus someone who is more veteran and comes with more experience. So every time we put a position in, that's sort of like an estimate. So it isn't that particularly with the positions, that they're actual, like, it's gonna be $25,000. It's an estimate, it's to give you an idea of where we think that will fall. And that overall, all of that totaled is about 102,000. And within the local of, between grants and local, that we feel that we can make these either adjustments to the budget or use grant funding to have these positions or services or assessment systems come into the district. But I don't think that the cost was to the penny, and it isn't usually. I mean, I'm not saying that we're gonna go spend $100,000 on technology service, so, you know, if anything were to change drastically, we would come here and say, you know, this is what we attempted, this was the result. So for example, let's use the IT support specialist, they come back and say, geez, you need 2 support specialists and 50,000 in service. Yeah, we probably do, but we can't afford that. So what are some of our alternatives to that?
So I don't know if this is responding to concern, but we need to have that amount back here for approval anyway. So whatever's going to come out of the audit, which may result in some additional expense, that has to come back and be presented.
Yes.
And all that. Okay.
Yep.
But the current amount that you are presenting is absorbed with no need to go to the town.
Correct.
It's going to be absorbed within our FY19. In addition to that, because I think we're all agreed that these are, in the way we talked about it, how these are important for the way we would like to move as a school district, are important investments, true. But I personally would like to have these well isolated in our FY20, so we see what amount they came up to as we plan for FY20. So when we say, hey, you know, it could be 50,000, you know, double of 25, or it could be 40,000, it would be good to know where we landed. That's just one line item.
Yes.
On every one of these, and sometimes, you know, to the point of madness, sometimes, you know, I might be asking about this, you know, we're pulling all these levers, what's coming out of it, we're investing in something, what are we expecting out of it? It would be good to use these as tests for that type of approach. Since we are looking at these amounts, what did we accomplish with these investments by the end of this school year? And as part of our FY20 budget, what do they mean? Then we can have an additional conversation to see whether or not they really achieved what they were supposed to achieve in the way they were implemented. And maybe we change the way we approach them, or maybe we say, you know what, this wasn't really needed. This wasn't really something that we should have, we should pursue anymore.
And if it was successful, we can tout that success, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would that address your concerns a little bit, or am I completely speaking?
Well, my concern, and I guess I don't want to speak for you, but you gave me the thought of, I don't really know, I didn't really understand what I was voting for on that item. Was it a service? Was it a person? It seemed a little bit up in the air. And I was afraid of just saying, go ahead and appropriate the money or use that money there without really knowing what it was we were doing. This was my fear.
This is the audit one?
The one right above the pink line. The IT support specialist.
Yeah. And if my memory is not misleading me, that the data analyst position was around $40,000 or so. That's why I asked specifically whether or not this was going to cover all that, because when we say that this is now 25 and then it may double, until the point you said estimate, I was thinking, so does this cover anything more than the data analyst position that we talked about, and what are those things?
Right. So when we talked about the type of person and the role of that person, expanding into picking up some of David's, either the reporting or the networking pieces, the managing of the Google platform, we were concerned that at that salary range, we wouldn't be able to find the professional that we were looking for. So with Adam's thinking, it was, we may need to up that given the kind of position that it is. So, to be very clear, we didn't do a technology salary comparison in other districts. We didn't look at what other districts are doing. So that is something that we could do. But with the audit, we're hoping that that information, would be part of the report.
Again, I'm going to talk to this technology piece. Technically, there's not a vote needed because we're going to be using money from school choice savings, so that money is already there. So the vote would only need to occur if we were going to move money from supplies in the general fund to salaries in the general fund to cover this $25,000. If we're going to move money from one cost center to another, the committee would need to vote on it. But since we're just using savings from from school choice, a vote for the funds is not necessary.
So you may be right, but I will just tell you why I don't agree for two reasons. One is related to a conversation that we had where above a certain amount, any transfer, even if it would consider transfer, any transfer of that magnitude should come to the school committee for approval. The second one is these are really investments. If we did not spend the money, we did not spend the money. We could do something else. So you always have an opportunity cost, and I'm thinking that the school committee should have a say in terms of where these funds should be spent. I'm not saying these are the wrong places, but I would assume that since the budget is the purview of the school committee, decisions in terms of moving these funds and especially investing them into some of these items like these should require some conversation and approval.
I'm not saying that you guys shouldn't approve of the
Position.
I'm just saying don't get caught up on the dollar amount. Yes, you can approve one of these priorities, but let's not get caught up on the dollar amount because that's not really what is being voted on or agreed upon.
But the positions will have a cost.
Yes.
So I mean,
Well, we don't know that though. Yeah, but we don't know that. And I would say for this one position, it's probably going to be a combination of a person because David desperately needs someone and probably some type of additional service.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
and
think
I don't want to interpret what you're saying, but I'm assuming what you're saying is not that, hey, let's talk about the positions, the cost is material.
No.
What you're saying is we're talking about the positions, which is the significant part of the decision. Okay, thank you.
And we're also talking about an investment, and I think that's why we're spending so much time on the project now, because this investment is more than likely going to be a person. And when we bring people in,
Right.
You don't want to eliminate somebody's position 2 years down the road. So that's why I'm spending so much time thinking about this right now, because this is, these are people we're talking about.
I mean, any one of these are investments, would be investments with some tail, right? We're not just saying spend the money now and then we're good. Some of them are human related. We're going to be, hiring some services, and then if we're not going to need it in a year or so, if we know it now or we can come to that conclusion, that's why the conversation is important. All that said, I will say this, since it is 8 o'clock. This is something for us to vote on. I will suggest that we can go one of two ways. One is, if everybody's good with this entire slate, we can go with that. Or if there is, just to open it for suggestions, if there is anyone who says, I would like to vote one by one, we can do that as well. Otherwise, the proposed additional requests come up to $102,645 with no need to go to the town. These are absorbed within our current budget. And some of them, at least one of them, we hope and know that will be the case. Some of them will be absorbed through grants for the upcoming fiscal year, so they may not even be there as a expense line next year from our local budget. It may be a grant line item. So what do you think? How should we?
I'm okay with voting as a whole.
Okay.
All right.
Everybody's good? Okay. So is there a did you have anything else to add?
I would just say in subcommittee, we're gonna get a little deeper into this detail anyway, as far as what should go into FY20. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of that will come out when we have our subcommittee meetings, and we'll get more information as we go along, so.
And if anything changes around these numbers, you know, whether it's dramatic or not, anything that should be brought back and shared, I expect that that's going to
Yes,
happen. Anyway.
absolutely.
Right, okay. So is there a motion to approve the additional request for FY19?
I will make the motion.
We need to actually clarify, especially on expense items, what the motion is. That's why I'm just trying to find my words, but thank you for that. Just if you can make the motion a little more clearly than I did, I would
vote on
appreciate
the
that.
fiscal year 19 additional requests.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions, any more discussion on this?
No.
Okay, all in favor to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, is that where we adjourn, or no?
That's a long agenda today.
All right, so let's just do it this way. From this point on, since we're already at 8 o'clock mark, and I agree with you that there are a lot of items that may lead to longer conversations, if we think that we are at a point where we're repeating ourselves, let's just warn each other, me included. Just let's say we already talked about that, no need to go into that, so that we, thank you, Robin.
Shut it down, Rob.
Yeah, I guess she's saying that she doesn't like us, but, so
got
we'll
one.
go with that, and hopefully we're gonna move some of these, but whenever there is a need for extended conversation, we're gonna do that as well. The next item is MCAS accountability.
Actually go up to the, so I don't have a handy dandy,
Oh, there's a presentation.
there's a presentation. So
This is the first time we're using this
I
screen.
know.
Wow.
And I don't have the clicker, so. I want to thank the administrative team, the leadership team, for their work on this.
Can you
We've
guys see?
spent, again, over the summer with the preliminary results, looking at where we are, and they were finally final about a month ago, so we're here to present that to you. For those of you who are data geeky, Emery, there's a link there for the DESE accountability slideshow, which actually talks about the real specific changes to the accountability system. But again, I would say that the new accountability system is not set in stone. There is a chance for feedback, and that includes you as school committee members. And we will be giving feedback because as we received our accountability status this year, we did not earn points in a couple of categories, and it could have been because we are such a small district. One student that doesn't graduate or one student that may have an issue with chronic absenteeism means that we don't earn a 4, we earn a 0. And so having discussions with the state, particularly here in Western Mass, about how the new accountability system is affecting us, I think is going to be important this year, especially with our new commissioner. So the major changes are there are additional accountability indicators, particularly for the high school level, but also at the elementary level. There are normative and criterion referenced components. There's a focus on raising performance of each school's lowest performing students. So less on subgroups, but lowest performing students. And there is the discontinuation of accountability and assistance levels, so you will not hear us talking about schools as level 1s or level 2s anymore. And there is district classified on district level data, and that's different. You could have been a level 4 district and not have any schools at level 4 or level 5. So, but I don't want to get in the weeds, so I'm going to try and go a little bit quickly. These are some of the changes for non-high school. The changes are, we've always had the achievement, we've always had student growth. but the English language proficiency is new, and the chronic absenteeism indicators are new. So measuring those for non-high schools and for high schools, that extended engagement rate, the 5-year cohort rate, so students that maybe did not graduate, but are we reaching out and providing services, bringing those students back? Did they not pass MCAS? Do they need additional credits? Are we doing credit recovery? All of those kinds of things are important and are now being measured, in addition to the chronic absenteeism, and at the high school, the percentage of students that are scoring, earning advanced coursework in advanced placement courses or international IB courses or dual enrollment.
Cheryl, the item that we just talked about, the absenteeism,
Yes, chronic absenteeism.
the countermeasure for that, the Saturday school, after school, was it in response to
Yes.
this?
So we had several discussions at the leadership team about that particular indicator and what we could do to mitigate that. It also kind of goes along the line of when we start to have the discussion about blizzard bags, alternative learning, and how we can work that into supporting students that maybe need seat time, instructional time, but also are completing work. So it may be a student that was home hospitalized and is turning in work. We can now grant credit for that, so the student would be marked present, but having completed work not at the school setting. So having those discussions and then creating some programming for students in those situations. So we will get new targets. We don't have those targets yet, but that is a change. Again, this is a little bit in the weeds, but I did put it in here, so if people want to take a peek at it. And then how students are being measured and how we're being measured is, schools are being measured is declined, no change, improved, met target or exceeded target, and those are being given single scores. So a 0 for decline, a 1 for no change. So a recognition that no change could be probably not a bad thing. Improved and met the target and then exceeded the target. So as the principals get into their data, you will hear them start talking and using this kind of language as they talk about their school results.
It's interesting that the improved is somewhere in the middle.
Yes.
So, you know, if you improved from where you were last year, you met the target, you improved, you know, I guess exceeded target counts for that?
Yes. So you could have met the you could have improved but not met the target, and they want to give you credit for that in some measurable way. Where in the old system, you really didn't get credit for that. If you didn't meet the threshold, you were not given any credit. And this is just the categorization of schools. Remember I said we're not going to be leveling schools. We're going to talk about schools in terms of levels. We're going to be talking about schools and districts in terms of meeting the targets, partially meeting the targets, and schools requiring focused targeted support and broad comprehensive support. So I just went over all that.
So that's all gone, the level 4 and 5 and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So for the district, how we do what we do at the district level, when scores come in, we start to take a look at identifying standards which we are underperforming the state average or not showing growth in, and we ask further inquiry around those standards. We identify professional development target areas. We understand and develop effective programming around the new accountability system. So we took a look at chronic absenteeism, we took a look at subgroup achievement and growth, and we particularly are looking at graduation rate. And then at the school level, and the principals will talk about this in more detail, the preliminary results, so over the summer, those are used to ensure that students are accounted for and that there's no discrepancy. So the principals get together and make sure that, for example, if a student is medically excused, that student doesn't pop up on their roster as having not taken the exam. So that work happens over the summer. And then teachers over the summer also, with the administration, use the preliminary results to identify students that may need additional support. So when they come in September, they can receive intervention right away. And so teachers can start working with students and really have that catch-up growth that they need if they're starting the year behind. As grade levels, they identify standards which need further inquiry at each grade level, and then the ILT is using this data now for the first time to really identify focus areas for improvement. So having the whole school talk about how, as a group of educational professionals, can we look at these results and then, as a school, put some focus on this so that our teaching and students' learning is addressing areas of need within the MCAS, within this assessment. So, our district results, again, Emory, that is a link to all of the deeper data that backs up these comments. But what we found was that while most students are partially meeting expectations, we want to see that more Granby students are meeting and exceeding expectations. So again, making sure that our students are performing not only at grade level, but beyond grade level. Are they doing higher order thinking? Are they analyzing, or are they summarizing only? Are they writing about what they are reading? Are they comparing and contrasting? This is what we know the next generation MCAS is asking students to do. By grade 10, the good news is that Granby students are outperforming the state average. However, at the younger grades, we are actually underperforming the state average, and that is a concern that we'd like to address. Students in grades 3 through 8 took the test online, so that has been a big topic of discussion. And so with the addition of the Chromebooks, we're hoping that students have much more experience in the online environment and are more adaptable. And so the question we have is, have we prepared our students to take assessments online? So again, the MAP assessment being online is another way to get kids ready for that environment.
So do we know, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but do you know if we have historically been lower than state average in those grades, or is this just a new trend based because of the last couple of years?
So one of the difficult things about this particular test is that we've lost the ability to do historical analysis because it is new. So we have performed right about at the state average historically, and then this was probably one of the first times that we're performing under, but I will say that with a caveat. Most districts are, in this area, are struggling with certain components of the new exam.
Okay, so it may be something with the exam, it may be something with the IT, and it may be something...
Exactly.
Okay.
And so that's our work this year, is to sort of tease that all out and look at the results next year and see if what we're implementing, whether it's curriculum, whether it's instruction, whether it's technology, are we having an impact?
Okay.
So our strengths in general are ELA achievement, our ELA growth at the high school, our 4-year graduation rate, and our advanced coursework completion at the high school. Those are all significant areas of strength for us. Our opportunities for improvement, and this is no surprise across the state, mathematics achievement, mathematics growth, ELA growth at the non-high school level, so 3 through 8, and then the chronic absenteeism. And again, in Western Mass, at the superintendent roundtables, chronic absenteeism, engagement are critical areas that we're all looking at trying to address.
So we scored a 0?
Correct.
4?
Yes.
And what exactly does that mean?
So it could be one student was chronically absent and we didn't make a transition for that student to demonstrate that they had done the work, and they were therefore could have been marked here and present because they completed work and received instruction. It just might have been not in school. So Stephen's going to talk a lot more about that, but when we talk about the new accountability system, that's what we're talking with the state about, that doesn't really accurately reflect in a district like Granby where we're talking about maybe one student.
And I think it's important to note that for the district and the 2 schools, they were rated this year accountability measures that we weren't aware of until this August after it was already done. It's not like we knew last year that these were gonna be the new accountability measures. We were rated based on the accountability system that they introduced in October, really.
Now, this accountability system was born out of the deficits from the old MCAS, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm confused as to why these glitches are even in here to begin with. You know, we get a zero, I mean, that's concerning. You look at, if you just are looking at the number and you're saying, wow, we scored a 0, and then we need the caveat from the superintendent say, oh, by the way, that could only be one student. I'm surprised that they didn't have these considerations in there before they rolled this program, this system out. Especially considering all of the negative feedback that they received from the old MCAS.
Right. I think,
This is, like, part of this too is so that it's not just about the MCAS, is what they were trying to get away from, is saying that the accountability shouldn't be based solely on MCAS as it has been. So that's why they have chronic absenteeism, advanced coursework, student growth, student achievement. They've added all these additional indicators that weren't previously there. But I think some of the issues that not just Granby, that other districts have stumbled upon or encountered in reviewing the data is because it's brand new and certainly all the glitches weren't looked out.
So I guess I don't really understand the definition of chronic absenteeism, because hasn't it always been if you were absent so many times you weren't going to be able to pass anyway?
So that's a local requirement, but the DESI defines it at 10% of days. So 18 days or more, whether it's excused or unexcused from DESI, it's absent. So you could have 30 days from a doctor medically excused, and as principal, I have the right to excuse those, but DESI says that's just like if you skip school for 30 days.
Seriously?
And I think another big part of that is that student could have been absent for 20 days from us and made up the work. And we could have provided the work and that student stayed after, but we had no documentation of that, which is now why we need to move forward with this, so that we meet the DESI requirements and we can say that that student had that time on learning.
So we're talking about it in sort of saying it's one student, but is it really just one student, or do we have severe problems with multiple kids missing more than 18 days of school, or 10% of the days?
Our target last year was 8.1 at the junior senior high school, and we were at 10.1.
8.1 students?
8.1%.
Okay, and we were at 10.1? Good
So it
lord.
came down to like 3 or 4 students, of which some were in partial hospitalization, some were suspended, which also counts against us. Some were internally suspended, which also counts. So we'll talk, I know I will, a little bit about like some of the low-hanging fruit. Like some of it comes down to simply like, how do we code it?
Yeah.
Does it need to be coded differently than it has been? Like an internal suspension has always been, or since I've been here, absent, excused per policy. You can't be here, so the absence is excused, but DESI reads that as absent. So do we need to code it as alternative learning and as a second code in internal suspension? So some of it is just...
And will need to be coded for the school committee, because these will be questions that will obviously be asked, especially when you see a 0 or a, a low score.
Mm-hmm.
So in the old system, you went through those numbers, your 4, 5, 3, 2, whatever it is, and it meant something because we got used to it. What are the ramifications here if you just like the 0, you got the 0 instead of getting your 4 that was your potential? Does it mean anything to us in terms of?
So a 0 isn't like we get 0 points. You get 0, like you declined from your goal. So like Cheryl went over the slide before, the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So a 0 just means there was a decline from your previous year. In this case, your previous year
Didn't
not
exist.
only was it from a different accountability measure, the state had to rerun all the numbers from 2016-17 for every school to try to get them to match up with the new accountability system, and then compare 2017-18
Yeah.
data to that.
And by the time we get to apples, they're gonna change it again, so we're
Right.
gonna stay with that. So
So I
the
said,
reason
don't
why-
get hung up in the weeds.
Yeah, okay. No, it's true, it's true,
Yeah.
let's not get hung up with weeds right
I'm
now.
sorry, yeah, I started.
And the reason why I asked that, something that you said, makes sense that, you know, there are different reasons for different, elements that we're talking about here. If you exclude, say, extended hospital stays
Right,
or other things, then whatever's left would be the true focus of our problem solving. Because obviously there are some things that we can do as well to keep these students from being absent for extended periods of time, I'm assuming. And those are, that will be the focus. Same way, the MAP testing. You know, there are many items on that slide that you just shared with us, from ELA to math and all that. But if we can see what that means a little more closely, and we can take actions, and we can say, we are doing these things as school
That's a
district.
great segue. So what we did, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's good.
really, but it really is a perfect segue, because that's exactly what we're doing. Given that the accountability system still is relatively in its infancy, what can we do? What can we take away? So where did we exceed target? We exceeded the targets in ELA achievement at the high school, ELA growth at the high school, our 4-year graduation rate, and our advanced coursework at the high school. We met the target for ELA achievement at the non-high school, so elementary, and then science achievement at the elementary. And then we were improved, but below our target in mathematics, growth at the high school and non-high school subgroups.
So when you say non-high school, that includes
Elementary.
7th and 8th grade as well? It's
Yes.
non-high school, right?
Yep.
Just wanted to.
And then our opportunities for improvement, so basically I took, for data people, if you click on the link, these are all in big charts that actually have the percentages of subgroups and race and ethnicity, and really gets into more detail. But in general, we were below target in ELA growth for non-high school, mathematics growth for non-high school, and mathematics growth for the high school. So these are the areas that we are concerned about and having discussion about, and trying to figure out how to implement either programming or professional development to make change. So we declined in mathematics high school achievement, extended engagement rate for the high school, that's students that are in their 5th year, having passed their 4-year graduation rate. The annual dropout rate for high school, and again in Granby it's a low number, but we still should address it. Chronic absenteeism at the high school, and chronic absenteeism non-high school, but for subgroups. So that's our EL students, it's our special education students, so subgroups. So overall, the elementary school did okay with chronic absenteeism, but we have to take a look at subgroups to figure out which of those subgroups are causing a concern, and how can we address that. And where we had no change was mathematics achievement at the non-high school and science achievement at the high school. So I tend to put it in words. If you want the numbers, go to the link, and all of this will come to you in grids and spreadsheets. So our next steps are to identify resources for curriculum development. We're using Title IV to implement curriculum groups in math and ELA, and work groups in ELA and math. We're going to implement the district assessment system that measures student growth more regularly, develop programming to support subgroup populations such as English language learners, special education, and students with chronic absenteeism, and then continue to work with our ILTs to examine instructional practices, our implemented curriculum, and student assignments to target standards that students performed well below the state average. And so I'm going to turn it, unless there's any questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen, and so he'll go over the details, and then Bill will wrap us up with the elementary. I'll be your Vanna.
Thank you. So, like, one thing Ian just asked is at 7th and 8th. So, Granby Junior Senior High School being 7 to 12 is in a cohort of schools like us, but sometimes not like us. So, 7 to 12, 6 to 12, 3 to 12, K to 12. We're not in with the 9 to 12 high schools. So Chicopee, Central, Holyoke High School, East Long Meadow, 9 to 12, they're in a separate group from us. And then, yeah, so like to make it even more confusing, I'll let you chew on that. So how we do what we do, we have done the DESI webinars, the slide that Cheryl's, the first or second slide with the link to the slideshow is from a webinar on the new accountability system. As a leadership team, we've reviewed the data. Our instructional leadership teams have reviewed the data. We've had shared data and discussed the data at team meetings, specifically 7th and 8th grade. Cheryl's alluded to some of the reasons why those were some of our first conversations. And we've identified strengths and areas in need of improvement, both with the accountability data and Edwin Analytics. So Edwin Analytics, I don't know if you know what that is, but it allows us to go deeper into the data. We can go down to the individual student, individual teacher, how they've performed historically, how they performed on individual test items, individual standards. We can, through Edwin, get some information about that. And then presented a lot of the same information we're sharing tonight to the full faculty last week. So the big ideas that the high school, so the other thing through conversations with other principals and superintendents and people from DESI is, like really DESI is looking for schools to be in that 75th percentile and up. Like if you're doing that, you are like, in the old system, you are approaching, if not at level 1. And as I digested that, I'm like, why 75%? But the way that they've done it is the 0 to 4. The 3 is the MET target. So if you're getting all 3s, you're meeting your targets regularly. So that's what, at least that's how I interpret that. So the high school data is pretty solid, especially in terms of achievement and growth. Room for improvement in areas like extended engagement, annual dropout rate. Through this, we've already found one student who left last year who was in Southington High School in Southington, Connecticut. We've tracked him down. He is enrolled. So we've worked with DESI to get him off of ours. So if a student transfers out of state, their SACIT is a unique number that you can't, it doesn't go with them to another state. It's given by Massachusetts. So if they leave out of state and we lose track of them, which unfortunately happens, then and they enroll somewhere else, we don't always have a way, and DESI doesn't always have a way to track it. So they're pinned to you until you find it. So. And we did not hire a private investigator or anything like that. So extended engagement annual dropout rate, like still trying to wrap my head around some of that. Extended engagement rate is, it used to be the 5-year cohort rate. So what DESI is saying now, whether it's 5, 6, 7, 8 years, being enrolled rather than not coming to school or dropping out is better than the alternative, even if you haven't graduated. And then chronic absenteeism, you know, at the middle school, we improved below our target, and at the high school, we declined. And, you know, some of the little things become big things when you look at a new measure. Like, I think we had 4 or 5 students who were like right on the dot at 18. And when I went back, I think 2 or 3 of those students were absent the last day of school. They didn't come the last day of school because we were wrapped up, and so we lose 3 or 4 students, which could shift us a couple percentage points. So now knowing that, with tutoring, Saturday school, we can be a bit more proactive with daily attendance and say when you're approaching a certain number that we encourage you to stay for a tutoring session. The state says if you're getting half a day, so about 3 hours of instruction and support, it could count as a day of school. So again, that sometimes comes back to coding. Maintaining our strengths and building on them, and then understanding new accountability measures and making adjustments, like I said, attendance, graduation, dropout rate, advanced coursework. So I think advanced coursework is going to be something like we're really happy with this year. We had a 4 out of 4. We exceeded our target by 18%. And I expect that next year, that's gonna be a difficult target to meet because we had 7 students who were fully dual enrolled last year. That counts towards advanced coursework. This year we have 2. So we'll still get our AP numbers, we'll still get the students who are taking dual enrollment classes, even if it's the 2 full-time plus other students, but to continue to meet 18% will be a challenge. So how that target falls will depend on where we end up on something like that. So if you click on this link, this is that form from the last page for the junior, senior high school specific. And our strengths are in achievement, in math, math and high school math and ELA, and then middle school science. I don't know if you know, we also got 4 out of 4 points. Growth, I would say, is as close to apples as we're gonna get because students are compared to their like peers throughout the state. This link is to a YouTube video that explains what the student growth percentile is because it is a little bit confusing. And I think it does a better job explaining it than I. And then advanced coursework, certainly a strength. 4-year graduation rate, and all of our 10th grade students with IEPs are on track to meet their graduation requirements in ELA and math. So opportunities for improvement, middle school, ELA, math, high school science, growth is consistent typically with achievement, but not always. Chronic absenteeism, extended engagement, dropout, and then data analysis, like Cheryl mentioned earlier about really having a system so that there's a data cycle that we can use information like MAP and other assessments rather than just the MCAS, and the MCAS is more of an autopsy. At that point, it's done, there's not much that you can do, so if you can plan ahead, then hopefully that there's an intervention, which your interventions through MAP, you should also be able to measure whether your interventions are effective or not. Rather than focusing on a grade, which can always be subjective.
What is extended engagement?
So extended engagement is what I had said before. It's so if you're not graduating with your graduation cohort in the 4 years, that you're still enrolled in school in year 5 or year 6. You haven't dropped out, you just haven't withdrawn. So you're still pursuing your competency determination.
And that doesn't include the special education students who may be still, what is it?
Transition program.
Transition program.
No, that's a good question.
Carol?
No, because they've met our graduation requirements.
Right, and they've done the certificate of attendance. So they've completed a portfolio typically, and so this is just a requirement of their continued education till 18 to 20.
And the scary little secret about students in that situation, like especially if they're doing an MCAS alt, even if an alternative MCAS, even if they exceed their targets on that, technically in the former system, they still counted as a fail. Because they were never getting the full competency determination. So how that plays into this is another question that I'm not 100% clear on. And we've had a month plus to digest some of this, and every time I talk about it to a teacher or staff member, I feel like we're figuring out something new or getting a new good question that we don't have an answer to.
Thank you.
So action steps for now, and like identifying the low-hanging fruit. Like some of that is that coding piece that I came up with. How are we coding students when they're absent? How are we being proactive to support attendance, short-term interventions? Trying to analyze historical trends based on all these shifts in data is a challenge. And I think we can get there, but it becomes tedious and time-consuming when we're trying to pull all that together and still run a school in a district. Attendance recovery options, I don't want to read it all to you unless... Some of the things that we have done are realigning staff resources to address student learning needs. So we have a dedicated math support person. We hired, or Carol hired a paraprofessional who has a master's degree in mathematics. So we're using her, like, I think 5 out of 6 classes where she is in a math class working with our 7th and 8th grade students. We've identified that need, and that happened at the beginning of the year. So there's an additional person in there to work with that teacher who really understands the content. We often hear, and I say it myself, it's like, you need help with history or English, like, I'm happy to help, but don't ask me about your math. So it is, so dedicating that person. Academic support classes for 9th and 10th grade, instead of having, we used to have a Math 9 class. Now all students in 9th grade are taking algebra, but some of those students who typically would have been in Math 9 are taking a math support class. So a second math class, actually taught by a different teacher who can work on addressing skills. Some of them will be foundational skills or whatever the student needs. Moving more students from proficient to advanced, Cheryl mentioned that earlier. Developing supports and interventions for students who are not on IEPs, that's a huge need, and also one that I think Matt can help address, as we can identify specific skill gaps. So that helps us in grouping and scheduling, identifying interventions that are effective. We have 8th grade students who are now taking high school level math classes. So 8th grade students are taking Algebra 1, so that they can move forward. They're going to potentially be taking the MCAS as they're in an Algebra 2 class versus still in a geometry class in which that content is tested. Typically there's not much Algebra 2 on the test. Maximizing the staff resources that we have, scheduling options to continue to address those needs, the tutoring sessions and Saturday sessions, and then understanding how to approach next generation MCAS. Cheryl mentioned that it's all going to be computer based, and I went to a training a few weeks ago, and it's not that it's just computer based, but there's this equation editor that students have to use, and if they show up the day of the test and that's the first time that they've seen it, it doesn't matter if they know the math, they're not going to pass that test. It is really, really challenging. So if students don't have exposure, and I am one that always says, like, we don't teach to the test. If we teach skills, our students are going to be fine on whatever test that they take, be it the SAT, AP, MCAS, but if they don't know how to use the testing mechanism, then that's a different story. So teachers now have resources, I went over that with them at the same meeting, that they have resources that they can use the equation editor, that they can get practice tests, albeit certainly not enough at this point, but as they build up more test questions, teachers can better prepare. But there's little things like every ELA passage, there's no more long composition or ORQ. It's all based on passages. So that's something I told our staff that every teacher can do. It doesn't matter what content area, you can base your writing responses on a passage. It used to always be based on a work or literature that you read in or out of school. Answer this question. Now on the MCAS, they're going to have to read 2 or 3 passages, synthesize the information, and respond in writing in an essay there.
The action items. What's the timeline for all those action items? Is that for this year, or is this a long-term?
Yeah, some of them
plan?
have already been done. Like, so the math support, some things that we added. Some things we're working on now, like the attendance recovery opportunities. How are we proactive? Little things that I think could have a big difference. We're now at the high school sending out letters every time a student's at their 3rd, 6th, and 9th absence. So whether it's excused or unexcused, you're getting a letter that says you've been absent this many days, and we just want everyone to be on the same page. And at the 9th one, we're looking to say, let's talk about it. So some things certainly are like instructional leadership, instructional focus. That is something we're working on this year. Hopefully to have we have, based on our work last year, we came up with the faculty 5 focus areas, and we're trying to collect data on all 5 areas so we can get to a singular one by the end of this year. So,
Do you think the measurement of success on these things will be dependent on the next MCAS, or do you have other ideas to measure whether or not you're succeeding on these?
yeah, I think for the growth and achievement, right now I think it's difficult to measure it on anything but the MCAS. I think the other things we can have a better idea. The chronic absenteeism, we can run reports every day or week if we want to see who's where. Extended engagement, who's on track for graduation, who's meeting the requirements. Those things we can check a little bit more regularly. You know, I think for that achievement and growth, it's just difficult without a true assessment system. You know, because teacher-created assessments, they can be fantastic, but are they measuring exactly what those tests are measuring at the same level of rigor and things like that? It becomes a bit of a challenge. So.
I'm only asking because of something that you said. By the time you do MCAS and get the results, it's all done, right? So is there a way for us to look forward and use these as guidelines as we steer, the students and their success, or do we have to wait until it's done?
Okay, so I think it's not I probably don't have the best answer at this point, but we're also using like this past year's MCAS. So our 7th grade teachers are looking at the 6th grade's MCAS data. Our 9th grade teachers are looking at the 8th grade, the 10th. So we're trying to play back based on how they did either as a whole or individuals on certain skills. For example, we've seen in 7th and 8th grade specifically, their writing scores, both in terms of idea development and in terms of use of standard English conventions, is well below the state average. So like those jumped off the page. Those were obvious. They need more opportunities for writing. They need more writing based on passages. They need more writing. They need more and probably more specific feedback on their writing. So those are things that we're working with those 7th and 8th grade and 9th grade teams about ways that they can be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So basically, we're worked together with the instructional leadership team, with the district leadership team, and formulated a lot of this over the summer, looked at the initial data. We came back to the school, looked at the test item analysis, which is what we're doing right now, identifying the areas that in need of improvement, other areas that we can do better on, like attendance, and we're also working with our parents and our families, working on curriculum analysis and the standards, and I think that's something that we've identified already and we knew was an issue, was some of our unit planning and some of our curriculum development, and now it's just a matter of, okay, so this gives us the priority now to say we need to take those standards and we need to unpack them, and we need to look at what standards we're performing well on, what standards we're not performing well on, and we need to identify that. Same sort of way the high school's doing it, so that we're doing it a year ahead of time now, so that we're looking at students and maybe where they're coming up to the next grade level with those gaps, and trying to identify that ahead of time so that we can address that, and then address the same standards that they're supposed to be learning at the same time. Looking at the results, sharing it with the parents, sharing it with the students, starting to talk about what the test is. I think this year having the test online was new to everybody. This was the first time that we took it on the computer. So we had 3rd graders taking the test on the computer, which they hadn't even been on computers really much at the school till a month before the test. So identifying that that's a skill that we need to work on. And now that we have the Chromebooks, that's something that we're working on. We're taking and we're using that technology piece to say, not teaching to the test, but these are standards, these are things that you need to know, and these are things you need to do, and these are things you need to be able to work on. Some of it that we identified, I think, was a little tricky because there were certain parts of the test that the students just wouldn't have known what to do. And there were certain parts of the test where if you didn't scroll down the little scroll down arrow on the side to read the rest of the passage, you didn't see the rest of the passage. And a lot of the students were just looking at what the passage was in the middle, looking at the questions, which conveniently were right there already. You know, we wouldn't want to put the questions at the bottom so you had to scroll all the way down to the reading passage to get to them. We put the questions at the top where the little passage of the reading was, and then asked the questions on that. So we looked at that as well, and you know, looking at how we can develop those kind of skills and what we're doing with that. Our big ideas when we came through and we looked, you know, looking at the data from the top down, it looks pretty good. We were above the 75, we were at 75%, we were at 95% for our lowest performing students. We came out 85% in the middle, meeting targets. We had a lot of 4s, we had a lot of 3s. We were scoring well, but it's taking that deeper dive and it's looking at what is in that, so that we know that, yeah, okay, how did we get to the 3 here? Or in mathematics achievement, why are we at the 2? Why aren't we making any improvements there at all? What is keeping us stagnant? And how can we do better at that? So, you know, it's one thing to look at that and to be able to say, oh yeah, okay, so we're good, but then it's peeling that onion back, and then it's looking at the units and the Common Core expectations, and then the critical thinking and the problem solving, and again, writing was something that we developed in there, was big. That we need to do more writing. We need to do more different types of writing, and we need to do more writing on the electronics, on the computers and things like that, so that the students are used to that. And it's a skill they're going to need as they progress. So of course, 3rd grade students who have never done that before, this was all new to them and everything else, but now that we have those Chromebooks and we can progress with that. Maintaining our strengths and building on them. We know where we did well. We know what we're doing well. Our working with our lowest performing students, our special needs, and our free and reduced students. You know, we see that we did a great job there. We scored 95% in that category. So, you know, what are we doing there, and how are we working on that? Relying on data as one of the tools to drive our instruction, but making sure that we have everything else, all the pieces involved. And one of those is that growth piece. One of those is going to be using that map to look at the standards and to see how we're doing with those standards, and to be able to move forward with that. You know, like I said, the big thing is, if you just looked at this slide, you'd say, oh, well, East Meadow's doing pretty well. You know, they're hanging in there and everything looks good. But when we click in and we start looking at the item analysis and then go from there, it gives us lots of room for improvement. So we looked at our students that were meeting or partially meeting expectations, and we see that there's a big gap there, that we know that there's a lot of room for improvement to get all of our students to meeting expectations, and that, you know, on the exceeding expectations, there were very few students there. So how do we bring those students up so that we get to that point? So there's a lot of room for growth on that side of it. We did really well. A lot of them were meeting and partially meeting, but how do we continue that? So that's one of our areas for improvement, is that continuum there, so that we can continue that and move forward. You know, our subgroup populations, the high needs, like I said, special education, they were outperforming the rest of the school, and they did a really good job. So what are we doing there, and how do we take that, and how do we move that across the board to the rest of the school? And then improving the outcomes for students not meeting expectations. So identifying students that are maybe having those problems, and being able to make sure that we're giving them the extra skills that they need, the targeted instruction that they need. One of the things we're looking at is our interventions, and how are we doing intervention, and what makes the most sense. And now that we're all in one building, it gives us a lot more opportunity for that growth, and it gives us opportunity for our math and our English interventions to be able to be spread out, and not be tied down to, well, they're only in the building for 2 hours in the morning, and they're only in this building for 2 hours in the afternoon, and that sort of thing. Now we're in the same building, so we've looked at that, and we're looking at scheduling, and we're looking at sharing resources, and it's in progress. A lot of it we've been able to do this year, not as much as we'd like to have done this year already, but we're also keeping it fluid, so we're changing it as we go. And if we're identifying that there's students that need
that we're moving it around. We've targeted grade levels so that we have grade levels a common schedule, which never happened before, so that we're teaching math at the same time across the grade level, so that we can pull students from each of those classes that maybe need that extra support and things like that. We're continuing our professional development with our instructional leadership team. The instructional leadership team has been a great focus in meeting across the grade level and to drive the instruction. They actually put together a folder with all of the MCAS data analysis and put it together in a Google Share Drive and presented it out to the staff today, which is something that's never been done. And that's a giant step for them. And it's something that they deserve a lot for because, like I said, up until now, it's been, okay, yeah, we've done all right, and that's that. But they are identifying where they need that work. We're working to our developer instructional focus as well. I think, we've identified some areas. We want to focus, probably writing is going to be one of our main instructional focuses. They're talking about professional development that they've been through, professional development that it might make sense to have them come back and can have it be a continuum and work on that, different types of writing. Effective use of school-wide and grade level data with progress monitoring, so that we're looking at it across the year and instead of just that one be-all end-all, so that we're able to identify where we're at and what we're doing, and having students be fluid and move within those groups, so that if a student maybe doesn't need the support the whole year in one area, we can move them around and have those groups. Reviewing individual performance with students and creating student-centered goals for improvement. The OG tutorial services have been, we had a number of students, staff trained for that. Sarah McNutt and a couple other teachers were big proponents of that. Actually, we got quite a few resources within the building because they were trained in that as well. And
What is OG?
It involves all of the senses, and it's across the spectrum learning for students and tutoring. And we have a number of staff now trained in that, and so we're doing that and offering those tutoring sessions. We're looking at starting before and after school tutoring sessions to meet students that are chronically absent. That's where we want to get some of that funding in so that we can do that. Last year we targeted that, and we know it was 3 or 4 students that we had that put us down in the bottom there, and that's where we lost our points for that. Did we make up the work? Yeah, we made up the work. Matter of fact, one of the students who we ended up filing on because there was chronic absenteeism, and we followed everything to the letter that we needed to do. We sent the letters, we had the parents in, we filed with the court, we did what we needed to do, but that didn't help us as far as looking at the data from the state. None of that counted for that extra work. We even had that student complete summer school to make up the work that had been missed, but we didn't document it the right way in DESE, so we didn't gain any points for that. So we know what we're doing is what needs to be done. It's just a matter of we're learning what needs to be coded and how we need to do that. Researching Common Core Student Growth Assessment System, that's the MAP system, and looking at the possibility of adding that in there as well. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you both.
It's only 1 o'clock.
So will we be able to talk about this again
Oh, absolutely.
before we get to the end of the year and
Yes.
see where we are?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you.
Well, I would encourage you, if you're going to look at the data through the links, send us the questions so that we can, have a discussion about that. Because one of the roles I hope the school committee could take is in advocacy with the state around some of what a school committee would be looking for in terms of, how do we provide adequate resources, using an accountability system like this. Does it really represent what's important to you to see in students?
Any questions?
When we were at the conference last week, I somehow ended up I don't know how that happened, but there was a lot of questions from a lot of people that nobody was really
On
thrilled.
MCAS?
Yeah, well, no,
The new,
that new system, nobody was really thrilled with, way it was, and I know I had a list of questions I wanted to ask you about based on that, and I just did not bring them tonight, so.
okay, just send them to me or stop in.
Okay.
Okay.
Homeschool update?
So Carol developed a homeschool update for you. Just to give you some feedback and
Yeah, just to let you know where we are with homeschooling. So last year we had 15 students. We had one graduate, so we were down to 14, no, we were down to 13, and we had 6 new students move into the district that are continuing homeschooling. So we're up to 19 students. The 4 that moved in were homeschooling in their previous districts, so I asked them to submit their end of the year assessments so that I have an idea of where they were academically. One student I felt seemed to be working below grade level, so I recommended that they consider, as part of Child Find, it's our responsibility to offer assessments if we feel a child's not progressing. I put that in the letter that I wrote back to them, that we'd like them to consider having us evaluate, to see if there's a level of disability. But we're up to 19 students this year.
I know that the homeschool students participate in some of the activities, athletics and all that. Anything else that they do within the school district?
None of them have, we don't have a lot of, elementary after-school programs, so there's not a lot of, things that they're doing with that. But they are doing, I think, Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, I think there's some in that.
And band.
In there.
The other thing I'm curious about, and I don't want to speculate too much, but it seems like some families choose homeschooling because in their environment, school environment, they don't believe that the student is getting what he or she needs, or they don't feel that it's a safe environment. Do you see sometimes homeschool students coming to a smaller district like Granby and saying, you know what, this is actually somewhere where I would like to go and
So I like to meet with
socialize?
them. This new family that came in only gave me addresses, so I have no way of calling them, so I have written to them and told them that I would be happy to show our new school off to them. We did get another family of 2 students who this is their first year of homeschooling. They were in another community school last year, and again, I do know that they made a connection with someone with sports who have invited them to come and see the school. I offered, and they said the mom wanted to try homeschooling first. So she's trying it this year, and at the end of the year, they submit to me their assessments so that I can monitor, how they do.
And are homeschool students all residents?
Yes.
If they're not performing, what happens?
I recommend that they allow, the district to do an assessment, but I can't do it.
Do they have to pass MCAS?
They do often, we do have had them, some come and take SATs here. You sign up for SATs, but no, they do not have to take MCAS. It's kind of like being in a parochial school or a private school. They don't have to take MCAS. But they do have to take a placement exam if they're going to enroll in a college. So there is, that.
Any questions for
Your
Carol?
EDD is
Anything on homeschooling? Thank you, Carol. Is there any action we need to take on this? It's just information, right? Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Their program.
Yep,
So when
Okay.
that application came, I said, you know what, this is a good time of year to present sort of an overview of the
Yep.
program in general.
Thank you.
And how we follow up.
so we had 3 sets of policies, A, B, and C,
Yes,
and they are in our folder
yes,
for our first read.
yes.
Is there anything alternate to the policy subcommittee and you? Is there anything specific that you wanted to share aside from this being our first reading?
I would just like to share that what we did largely was come down on the side of MASC's policies, relying on their law expertise. There were a couple, I think, where we kept a couple of our own little Granby synchronicities that we have. But largely, we were able to really streamline. We found lots of procedure mixed in with our policy. So we removed a lot of that, knowing that a handbook is forthcoming. So what we should be ending up with is just a nice, clean policy handbook without any extraneous information or handouts. There were forms embedded in ours and lots of changes through the years that look like we just kind of tacked on as issues arose. So mostly what you'll find in here is a lot of language that we took right from the MASC policy handbook.
And so with that work, I then forwarded the policies to our attorney, Duperret, and they've gone through each of them. So we have revisions, some slight revisions, and to Jen's point, I think some confirmation that what we saved was good and what we changed was good, and really a clean version with all of the other updates that we've been doing over the past couple of years. So the new wellness policy is in. So once this is approved, it can get uploaded to the website. Because the policy handbook on the website doesn't have all of the current policy changes that have been made over the past few years. And I think that's about all I have. So A, B, and C were uploaded. I didn't want to overload anybody, but D, E, and F are ready and have been reviewed by the attorneys.
Okay. Do these documents include the changes that the attorney suggested? Okay.
Yes.
The last question that I have is related to the references.
Yes.
In the past, we used to, it may be because of the way I read it in Google Docs, and I did not really read in detail. I was just going through sections and all that. But I noticed that what we used to do in the past is not there as far as the last update.
Right.
Is that something that we're going to be adding, or?
Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of sticky notes on the bottom of my computer that I have to work with Kathy and go back and just make sure that each of the sections have the correct when they were updated. So that's sort of our last project.
That was actually the biggest question I had. I noticed that some of them only said updated or revised, but it didn't tell me like what was revised or exactly when.
And some of them, historically they didn't keep track either, or maybe they're new. So we're trying to be clear with when they were adopted, making sure there's a date, when they were updated, and also giving reference to where it was generated from. So if it's an MASC policy and the year of that policy as well.
Any questions, Mike, Deanne?
There was just one more question I had. In one of them, there was some stuff that was highlighted in green. Is that supposed to mean anything? I think it was,
Yeah.
I'll find it, but.
It's on, right before BBA, school committee powers and duties. It says review charter to determine composition and.
Yes. Yes, so that's a note to myself.
Okay.
Dan, you have any questions?
Not right now, no.
So I,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I know that this has been a lot of work, requires a lot of patience, so thank you, the policy subcommittee, thank you Cheryl for all the work. I'm happy that it's coming together in a very nice, clean and updated form, so looking forward to approving them next time. Is that what we're gonna do, or?
First, second, third, or is it three? I'd have to go to the policy to verify
Okay.
how you adopt. If it's 2 or 3, I'll have to check.
Okay, all right.
So it gives you time to go through it again and to ask any questions at the next one.
Great, thank you. Next item is what you brought back from the MASC, MASS joint conference, all the great stuff.
It was awesome. So for the sake of time, I will just share one, which is the lean in, which hopefully Emery might be able to come and do some training with the leadership team on, because I sent him a text of it. So I think he will be a part of that discussion. And I think that I wanted to just say that Western Mass had wonderful superintendent representation on many of the panels, but one in particular was our Northampton neighbor. And it was just an amazing presentation. It was strengthening relational trust and social emotional learning in the adult community of schools, and his work around student servant leadership, and that's John Provost, who really talked about superintendent leadership from a servant perspective, and how that shifts our lens of doing the work, not only the day-to-day of managing schools and all the things that happen in schools, but also managing the work of adults and staff, and how our leadership can be so impactful there, and then also in the community. So that was my favorite. But if anybody wants to take a peek.
Yeah, their MASC has an app, and within the app is all of the materials from all of the sessions. It's awesome. You can really get some great information in there.
Mike, you went too, right?
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
So I attended a whole bunch of panels. Some of them I had no idea what they were talking about. But I kind of figured it out as I went through.
Like what?
But there was 2 that kind of stuck out in my head. One of them was had to do with arts and learning, and it was kind of intriguing that one of the ways when we talk about the social emotional learning has to do with storytelling and getting people to understand how to tell stories and understand how to tell their story, and then how that opens up all these connections and everything else. I thought was rather powerful the way that they went about it. And the other one was fairly similar. I can't remember the name of it, but it boiled down to the relationship that the teachers were able to create with the students, and how the strength of that helped the students through their everyday learning.
It must have been a lot of people, right?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
it's packed.
It's, if you have not
you were there
gone,
too?
Yeah,
it's
I didn't go
really
as long as.
worth it.
Yeah, I only went a couple nights. You know what? I have one tiny little bone to pick. Their sessions are always so interesting, and this year they decided to use their Friday general session, which is really one of their biggest general sessions, to talk about national politics.
Oh.
And they invited 3 people. They had a moderator and 2 people to speak, and it was the most. It just didn't fit
Yeah.
in the conference. And then they had a woman who was the former chair of the Republican Party for the state of Massachusetts. Like, what were they thinking in this climate to set up a room of about 300 people, and this poor woman is sitting on the stage, and really the only thing she talked about was the fact that she was a bad Republican. You know, tell me your ideas about public education. How can we make this better? Where's our common ground? But it wasn't. It was a moment that was really, I don't know what they were trying to do, but it didn't work. It just wasn't the year to do that.
Yeah.
And Mike was really, we talked about it, and it was Mike's first year. And I had to explain to Mike, this is not how it usually goes. Usually it's hyper-focused at the issue at hand. It's non-confrontational. It's all very supportive and all about learning and supporting kids. And they took a general session and took it right out of the kids' hands and made it all about our own fury and distrust of the other. And I just didn't appreciate it. So it was a surprise miss, because usually it's amazing, but that was just not
those
okay.
large sessions, so one of the things I forgot to mention that I would like to explore more, I'm going to bring it to the leadership team, but is an approach from the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence, which could be a free leadership team retreat for us, which is the measures of social emotional learning, and then direct instruction based on those measures. And he was fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
Is that the short little guy in this?
Yes.
He's the creator of emotional
Yes.
intelligence.
I don't know. I would have to check for sure.
He-
That
was
name
that-
sounds
was that
really
the
familiar,
guy-
but it would be in that book. It was the Thursday large group. I think it was the Thursday morning or Friday morning. I think it was Thursday actually. Maybe
And
it was
Thursday.
either the morning or the 1
I think that was
o'clock.
Thursday morning.
Might have been Mark Brackett. So basically what he was talking about was, do we really have language to help kids understand how to deal with their emotions? How many of us say, we'll deal with that later, or like, what do we do for ourselves? So we went through this whole exercise of, well, how do you deal with your emotions? Well, I go for a run. Well, can the kid, so he went through all this, and that's not dealing with your emotions. That's just changing avoiding,
deflecting,
right? All of those
distracting.
things. Like, and he was so funny because he would put up a scenario and it was like, well, let's use one of our strategies. Then none of them fit. But basically his quote was, when all people in a school community embrace the idea that emotions matter, when they become more skilled with their emotions and their interactions, and when schools and homes become warmer, safer, and more supportive spaces, this is when educators, students, and their families thrive. And I think that, in a nutshell, is what the school committee has been talking about in social emotional learning for the past 3 years anyway, and how can we push that to that next level. So I'm hopeful that it's free. I know, right? So I'm very excited about that.
So I wanted to say, that was a really good session. He made me laugh. He
Oh
opened
my
eyes.
gosh, you were at
He
that,
hit
yeah.
all the points. I was really let down with the next day, really let down, and I could not figure out how what we sat through for an hour plus really benefited any kid anywhere. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah. And typically, those large set are like that. They are just like, last year there was one on preparing students for a world that we don't know, what it's going to be like, and what they need to know. And how do you create learning around that unknown. And it was fascinating, all of the technology I had no idea existed, nanotechnology, being in your arms and, going through your bloodstream to identify and take care of illness and disease. It was crazy. And happening in Massachusetts.
It's amazing.
In the biotech sector.
This is fantastic.
It's fabulous. Yes, so I'm very excited about that. Okay,
I also met some new
we're gonna
friends.
get the signal from.
I also met some new friends there.
Yes, Mike made new friends, and I think they want him on their school committee, but I said no. Much more valuable here.
Are they moving him to the town?
Exactly. Ironically, you had dinner with them. I sat out of all of the tables that I could sit at, in all of the classrooms I could sit in, I sat at their table in the lean in
Yeah,
one.
lean.
Yeah, lean, the lean one. Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Is there, you might have said it already, but is there a link to
Yes.
all these?
Yeah, and their app too. If you
Oh,
download
again?
their app.
Okay, last year I
everything's-
just had to download everything through the app. Half time it crashed and all
Oh,
that stuff.
that and their website.
Okay, so I have it on my iPad.
Yep.
I'll just do it that way.
They're improving. They actually have someone in charge of that now, so
Okay.
they're really trying to up their communication.
All right, that sounds good. Anything else on this?
No, we're getting the,
We're getting that, but just, we,
We're gonna talk about
there are
it.
some topics that I heard you mention that you would like to maybe build on, whether it's the social emotional learning or lean or anything else. Maybe those are some opportunities for the upcoming meetings for us to decide what we can do on the side. That would be great to dive into. All right, so going to old business, school committee goals. We had our meeting. We did come up with school committee goals, at least our draft version of those. Probably needs some refining. Given that it is 9:20, I don't know how much detail we want to get into as far as the school committee goals at this meeting.
I move we table it to the next meeting.
Okay. Anybody who objects to that, tabling it till next time? Okay, we'll
No.
table it to next time. High school roof update.
Before we go further, we
Yes.
were supposed to do the onboarding, but I noticed it's not on the agenda.
Yes.
That was supposed to be tonight's meeting, so we'll have to make sure that that's not on the.
okay.
on
And the
next one.
calendar, I neglected, I apologize. The calendar vote we need to take.
Yeah. By the way,
Kathy, so for December 3rd, we need the onboarding document and the calendar, an update to the 2018, 2019 school year calendar.
Didn't we vote on that?
We had a discussion.
I voted.
yeah. So we have to, I was actually thinking about that. I had to go find it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for reminding, Deanne. I noticed that you were making updates to the document, and I was wondering why we did not.
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I would have known that.
Hmm?
If I would have known that, I
You
would
got
have
another
kicked the
whole
can
month.
down the road a
Yeah.
little longer.
You're taking a day off.
Don't you feel so much better now emotionally that you've got it?
No, I would rather procrastinate another 2 weeks.
Adam, high school roof update.
Yep. So the high school roof has been repaired. It was repaired the first time. There were some additional leaks once it was repaired. The company came back, did some further repairs, and I don't believe as of today there was any new leaks, and it rained pretty good. I talked to John Sullivan this morning. There was no new leaks, so we're hoping that it's good to go.
Okay.
Was that just for the gym?
Yeah,
Because
that's
I was
all.
in-
That's
I was
just
in
for the gym.
kitchen, and I was getting dripped on the other day. So
Where was this?
it was in the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, no, this was just for the gym.
I just want to make sure that they didn't do the whole roof. 'cause I
No,
could tell
no,
the
just
kitchen was
over
still-
the gym.
Okay.
So it's been repaired. I want to say John Sullivan said there's a 1-year warranty on it. The bill has been submitted to the town for payment.
What was the bill?
Approximately $30,000.
Okay.
So are you saying that there's another leak in the kitchen?
Well, there always has been, but I guess it wasn't as bad as the ones in the gym. It's just underneath the skylight. You stand there and you get like a.
But are we saying that it hasn't been repaired yet?
No, they were just patching over the gym for now, and then in the spring, they're gonna do the whole roof.
And I wanted to make sure
They
that they
got rid
didn't
of,
patch
they
the
got
whole
the
roof.
worst part of it, so that we don't have to cancel any games.
We can't repair all of the leaks
No,
on the roof?
I don't think they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. So the bill's been turned over to the town for payment.
Okay. Anything on the timeline for the roof project or roof committee?
No. So I wonder if next steps wouldn't be to be on the select board agenda?
We can do that, or I can send a letter to the
Okay.
select board and,
Maybe that would be step one.
yeah.
And the other item was So we sent the email, there was one other item besides the roof.
The audit? Think we got the audit results?
We have the audit results. I'll email you.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
All right. Yeah, the audit results, since you mentioned it, it was a little interesting that we got late response in a couple of spreadsheets, which Adam said he didn't know how it fits into what we were trying to get out of it. But the explanation was that the audit was done the same way it would be done annually anyway. So it was almost the town's annual audit, and the portion of it that falls on the schools anyway. In other words, somebody comes to the schools and goes through the accounts and then makes it part of the town audit. We did not understand why they approached it that way. So I guess we'll find out. But we did not receive anything specific in more detail. It's fine. The only thing that it does, or the main thing that it does, not the only thing, but the main thing that it does, it delays our ability to talk about FY18 in full detail, but it's not going to keep us from being able to speak about FY18 without getting to the specific amounts, because we can't. We don't know. We don't have the... Anyway, we're going to get there anyway. Blizzard bags.
Yes. So there is a memo to you. Just as some background information, we did take into consideration throughout the process the DESE requirements that you referenced in the email, Emery.
Yes.
So we did do the survey. We did get feedback, and we've made changes and tightened things up in terms of expectation. And I just wanted to say thank you to the committee. It was a combination of teachers, parents, and administrators who sat and talked about the pilot, talked about the feedback, also brought student voice to the table, and recognized that blizzard bags as assignments and as teaching, we can still improve, but what we focused on was addressing some of the expectations around teacher and students, and how it would be clear what the expectation was around attendance, and how assignments would be graded or students held accountable. So I don't know if there's any questions.
You know what? Questions?
The biggest, I guess, concern I had was this was going to be assigned out, because in my head, if we're assigning stuff out in, I guess, November, but those snow days are in January and February, wouldn't that really just be busy work that you're kind of putting in the folders that far in advance, because you don't really know where the curriculum might be on a specific day? And shouldn't that be handed out a little bit closer, like weekly or something? And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm going to tell you that Mr. Latoy sent out an email, and he was very specific about what would go into a blizzard bag, be assigned for blizzard bag days, and not more than 2 days, like assignments, like if you were creating the folder. So the work that would be in there would be pertinent to what's happening in the classroom, not like a reinforcing padding, that you put in there now to address in January and February.
That's just what it felt like last year as a parent.
Yes.
No,
Yep.
Mr. Latoy sent to staff before, Cheryl let everybody know that, if we had a snow day, it would be a snow day. And I can't tell you enough what a great job, and I told him that his email was extremely specific and addressed the issue to the point.
So they're not gonna be, like, I think last year, for the lower grades, there was a packet that was sent home with 5 different assignments.
No.
So that's going away.
Mr.
That,
Latoya,
I love it.
Address that with you and tell you what his requirements are. And he even suggested that teachers put a letter in, saying the amount of time and what it, reflects going on in the classroom.
Because I think that was part of the requirements too from DESI, that it's not just, busy work
Right.
for kids,
Right,
right?
exactly. I think one of the things that that we're trying to help teachers and grade levels work at is going back to our accountability, using data to make decisions about how to craft some of these so that they are supporting ongoing learning, but also addressing places where we know that we need to pay more attention. One of the things that I'd like to see moving forward is another work group, but specifically towards instruction. How can we use some innovative instruction, whether it's a Skype or videotaping, whether we can have kids uploading responses and video and having comments. I think using and giving teachers the support and a system to have that conversation so that kids may be like I said, watching a video of a lesson and then responding online, so that we're literally flipping the classroom for kids. So they're doing learning at home and then coming back and having conversations about that instruction or that assignment.
So one question I had about with this, the no assessments, grades should not penalize any student. So how is the work going to be recorded or acknowledged?
So, one of the things we talked about at the committee was that, if it's classwork, if it's supposed to be in place of the classwork and it's supposed to be in place of independent work, that's what it would be. And the other piece we talked about was that it becomes so much more relevant, and that we include the students in what these assignments are gonna look like, and that it becomes, like Cheryl just talked about, the prelude to maybe what's gonna happen in the classroom. So we've identified one of the areas they need is writing. So maybe something they do is a cross-curricular writing assignment that they do at home, and it's a first draft, or it's gathering the pieces for that, so that they bring that to class, and then they work on that peer editing or doing something like that, and then it becomes more relevant. Because I know with my own son, one and done assignments are easy to forget about. You don't do it, and there's no consequence because it's forgotten. You got the 0, or you didn't do it, and you move on. But if it's something that you're building on, something that's going to be there, and it's going to be, okay, so we're going to have you start this, and you're going to work on this. Then when you come back to class, we're going to take that, we're going to build on that. And then maybe the next time that we're out, you might take and you might build on that assignment again, and it becomes something that's livable and working. And we really, even today at our faculty meeting, or our power, we talked about the relevance. We talked about making it something that the students wanted to do, something that they were involved in, something that they were interested in, and really making it worthwhile, so just for all those reasons.
And will that be the same way for the high school as well?
Yeah, and I mean, typically, in that line that you pulled out, it's like, you wouldn't need a quiz or a test with a substitute in most cases, and you shouldn't be sending it home and assigning a quiz grade or a test grade just to get the student to do the assignment. I mean, it's, in a way, it's fear-mongering too.
So what I liked about this is that reading it, it really takes, like, you're doing the work like you would be present in the class. It's more of a absent or present sort of a thing rather than having the grade, because it's all about like getting them excited and having them engaged. And the other point that I like a lot from this for the specifics as opposed to what we had with the pilot is that it shouldn't be, I forget what the wording was, like a half of the class period or 20 to 30 minutes in length. I think that having that time bound for the students to have as an expectation, and the students and the teachers when they're planning it, it makes it that much more feel like it's actually attainable. Like, I'm not going to be saddled with 17 hours of work because it's a snow day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, at least at the high school, the 7 through 12, I feel like a lot of what is in the current document was in practice by Blizzard Bag 3 and 4 last year, not at Blizzard Bag 1 and 2. And I think part of what we sent to Cheryl said, like, some of this is the work that we were living, it just wasn't in writing, and we needed to make sure that we solidified that so it clarified things for everyone, and then we can post it so parents can see the expectations, students can see the expectations, and, you know, then becomes this checks and balances between, for the teachers and for the students about, we're all on the same page, this is what it should be, and this is what it is, and if it doesn't meet those expectations, then that becomes a different conversation.
So the letter that you're talking about putting in for the parents, would that have a copy of the expectations for both students and teachers so that it's clear to the parents coming out? I think it's really well written, and I think that it's, you know, I like that it's sort of outlined, so if those expectations go out, it sort of becomes a reference, and then if there's questions or issues or students, you know, I think it's nice to have
I
that.
think that bulleted list would live in a lot of places, on the website, on Teachers Plus portals, I would expect that it would live in a lot of places.
And we've talked about, you know, that overall letter coming from Cheryl, from the superintendent, as to what the expectations are and what that looks like. Then the teachers having their pieces of that, and even when we had the teachers together on the committee, they talked about understanding and realizing that it's difficult. If you have a student that's in 3-4 classes at the high school, to have to go to those 3 or 4 different web pages or log into the portal and find those 3 or 4 different places, to find those 3 or 4 different, that it makes sense to have that all in one place, or to have similar expectations, just for that reason, so that people aren't scattered and feeling pressured to figure out, well, what's she expecting, what does he expect, and what's in that class, and so that it's the same down the line, and so that and the committee was really good about that, and you know, it was the teachers who did recognize that, and who were there and said, no, that makes a lot of sense, and like Stephen said, it was, I think it's one of those things that as we move forward, we got the understanding of it, but we didn't go back and put things in place until now.
I think the attendance is one of those examples where we kind of decided that, you know, based on our previous presentation about this certain amount of time that you needed to be in school for it to count as a day, we said 4 assignments of your 7 classes would count as you're present at school, but you would still receive whatever for those assignments you didn't do, like whatever happens for that teacher, but for your daily attendance, you would be present. So that went into writing, so it was clear for everyone, because that was something after Blizzard Bag 1, we're like, oh yeah, this is something that we hadn't been clear enough about, so let's be clear about.
So, I can't remember, when did the Blizzard Bag start? Is it after so many school days have gone by, that were missed due to inclement weather, or is it with the first?
Last year it was with the first.
Did we all agree to that? Did we vote on that?
I believe that was part of the pilot.
I don't know what we voted on last year, but that's similar to the conversation that we had.
Yeah.
The DESE site, for instance, talks about being
Options.
able to have options. You can start after a few snow days. You can start immediately. It depends on the school district to decide. On a couple of things that I still don't know how to read, and the way I read it, it seems to be contradicting on 2 sides. On one side, the section that you referred to, Jen, where it says that no assessments, grades should not penalize any students. Assignments should be used to enhance a skill, reinforce a previously taught concept, and ultimately be used to determine attendance. And then on the student side, there is a lot of reference to grades and absence and all that stuff, but especially the one that talks about the grade says that understand that your work in Blizzard Bags will be considered part of your grade, and as such should represent your best effort. So it is a grading thing. There will be a grade
I think as far as
Sorry.
class participation goes,
Participation,
or,
effort.
That's how I
effort
understood it.
and that piece of it, that's what we talked about, was making it relevant towards that, so that in understanding, the teachers were really good about the fact of coming forward and saying, okay, so during a given class time, a 45-minute class time, how much of that would be independent work? So 30 minutes of that might be independent work during a 45-minute class time. So 30 minutes would be the assignment time, and that would go towards class participation. That would go towards that piece of the grade, but not as far as, it's going to be a quiz or a test or something like that. So I think you have to look at, the word grade is for what part of the grade, the class grade that makes up. So if it's towards class participation or towards attendance. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with Emery. It seems a little contradictory. I don't know if it's just maybe the words.
I think sometimes, so for example, at the elementary level, students may be working in small groups or in center work. Not all of that center work receives a grade per se. It doesn't receive like a letter grade or a number grade, but it could receive feedback. It could be part of a class participation grade, so maybe on a scale of 0 to 4 based on effort. It may earn a grade that way. So I think teachers use the term grade differently, and that may be where we may be thinking of grades like, an A or B or C or a percent of right and wrong. And I think teachers use a variety of ways to assess students.
So maybe we update it to reflect that.
Yeah, like I said, maybe it's just the languaging that is a little confusing
Well, I
because.
think that would be easily to put in towards class participation and effort, and that might even make it more relevant, is that this is going to count towards your class participation, towards the effort that you're showing, and so do a good job and put your best foot forward and show the effort. That's part of what we talk about every day at the elementary school is aiming high and making sure that anything you put your name on is worth that, and that you're representing your family and making yourself proud, your family proud, your school proud, that sort of thing. So, you want to turn that in and you want to make them proud of that. So I think if there's something there that gets caught up in that can easily be cleaned up.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just the word grades because, I understand what you're saying, but as I read it from somebody on the outside, and even a parent, not everybody is going to understand what you mean.
The second to last bullet is talking about providing feedback to peers and teacher to help provide data to assess the pilot program at the end of the school year. Does it mean that this conversation will happen at the end of the school year, or do we have a plan to collect that type of feedback as we go along? So after each one of these Blizzard bags, students will have an opportunity and the means to be able to provide feedback.
It would be at the end of the year.
You probably heard me say similar things. I'm not a huge fan of, and we had a similar thing at during your presentation as well.
Autopsies.
when we wait till the end, sometimes I miss some opportunities to actually make changes as we go along.
Right, so I think anecdotally we're getting, which is why Blizzard Bag 4 was, I would say, much improved from Blizzard Bag 1 last year, because we were constantly making improvements, but to like a formal survey or anything, that was done at the end of, after the last snow day.
One of the things that the committee talked about was actually including the students up front in what would a relevant assignment look like, or what would you find to be a motivating and relevant assignment. That came out of a couple of high school teachers saying, could we could include the classes in this conversation and say, what does this look like? And how does that, what would you like to see, and what would you feel relevant or helpful as part of this assignment, especially at high school level, so that they could have some input on it.
Well, and there's certainly no reason we can't use a Google form after the 5th day And, you know, students who want to respond can respond. And we can collect data after every
After every one, if it's a
After every
Google
one.
thing for whoever wants
Right.
to.
But
Seems
last
like,
year, we did not formally collect any feedback from the students. I'm sure you guys
just
had
the-
more interaction with them, but we reached out to the families and asked them what they heard from their students. That was one of the questions.
No, I think we did a student survey.
Yeah,
We didn't get a ton of response, but we did do a student survey.
It was mostly at the high school level, we thought, right?
Yeah.
How did we handle the concern complaint that there's a lot of homework, and on top of that, we have the Blizzard bag package? How do we balance those two? Because I had the personal experience of observing someone who basically spent the entire day trying to catch up with all that stuff. It's partially, you know, from this student to that student, half period may mean different things. Some of them may be able to finish it in half a period worth of time. Some of them may not. But aside from that, will there be some consideration for how much homework already exists? And I understand, I want to assume that the word assignment is different than just homework. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, that was a discussion we had with our 5th and 6th grade too, was what does it look like? What's the difference between their everyday homework, which is usually assigned for the week already in 5th and 6th grade with spelling words or math facts or things like that. So that's usually out there. And that the Blizzard bag was what they would have been doing for that daily lesson time, and then but understanding with the 5 days to do that, so it didn't all have to be done on the snow day, and the expectation wasn't that it was all done on the snow day. And the same thing with the homework was that, you know, the homework was there, and that they were gonna, that homework, they've always had them responsible for that homework, whether there was school or no school, on those days with 5th and 6th grade. That's one of the reasons why they gave it out at the beginning of the So I think it's how you look at that and what it makes, you know, for each grade level, especially for each class. It has to be, you know, looked at as far as what the expectation is. But I think the expectation is that if there was homework for that day, there still would be homework for that day, and the Blizzard bag would be an additional assignment.
Well, I think part of it too is, you know, I can't speak for what you had with Annabelle, but I know for my niece, she felt like homework was piled on in anticipation of a snow day, like heavier homework assignment, and because there might not be school, and then there was the Blizzard bag assignment on top of that. So it was, you know, you can't pile it on because of the fact that there might, you know, if you normally assign 30 pages of reading, but we might have a snow day, you can't then assign 75 pages of reading and then do an additional, you know, hour and a half project for, you know, combined classes for a Blizzard bag. So that, I think that's sort of where you're saying, like, it felt in some cases for some of the upperclassmen in the high school where they were feeling like it kind of got piled on a little bit. And so I'm thinking that the expectations here are trying to eliminate that, but if we're talking about there's still going to be homework, I want to make sure that the expectation isn't that the teacher then doubles up on the homework because we're not going to be here tomorrow, or we're not going to have school on Thursday and Friday because of the blizzard, and then
Well, I think, and you know, this is a question. This is something we're talking about as a leadership team. Is just overall, what does good instruction look like?
Mm-hmm.
And what is, and this is a conversation that we could have all night. And what,
We're going pretty close.
Where are we in the district? And where are we in the district with that? You know what I mean? And this is something that we're delving into, and we're jumping in, you know, and it's like, what is this, and how much homework, you know, is involved in that? And if, you know, the question becomes, what is homework? And so if a student cannot do the homework and pass every test, do they deserve to fail that because homework is 60% of the grade? You know, so these are questions that we've got to have, and these are relevant questions. But this is what makes up, you know, a good learning institution, is that you have those conversations, and they haven't had those conversations here. Those are conversations that haven't had that haven't taken place here. And, we've started to break the ice and to look at that. And I think that says a lot, and that says a lot about teaching and learning, and that says a lot about professional practice. So, I don't think that it'd be wrong I would have no problem standing up there. I mean, Stephen would have no problem standing up there and saying that, you're not going to pile that work on. And that's not certainly our expectations, for that, and to be able to go from there. That certainly doesn't comprise good.
So, Cheryl and I had a good conversation, and we made a little circle, but, it landed somewhere interesting. When I think about how this whole thing about Blizzard Bag came about, it was basically, we have so many snow days, how do we not pile so many additional days at the end of the school year? Even though DESE requires that we plan for 185 days. It's always part of our calendar, and until they change that requirement, it's going to be on our calendar. We're going to have 5 extra days in there. So I was telling Cheryl that if the whole exercise is because, and many of the parents, that's what they were saying, it was great to really start our vacation early. It's 5 days. If the whole exercise was just based on that, I told her that, it didn't mean much to me. Individual. I mean, I don't have to be connected with schools or anything like that. It's just, we're going to go on vacation, start our vacation a little earlier. But then we start talking about how we can use those days, and I think you said some of those things as well. This can be used as a test lab, basically, for some of the things that we're trying to do. How do we teach the students to do independent work, but also make sure that we enable them with good technology? How do we, not really focus on homework just because it's homework and it becomes busy work, but how do we really use this opportunity for them to be able to sit down and focus on something that is of interest to them, something that will maybe help them develop, even elsewhere in their school life. I don't know how we're going to get there. That's the challenge. I think it's a pretty, difficult question to answer. I just want to make sure that we are going in that direction, as opposed to really saying, we moved 5 calendar days from the end of the year to these snow days, and everybody's going to go on, I think, June 14 this year, as opposed to June 21st. That's always been the case. We always said, it's getting warm, but we never really complained that it was June 20-something when it snowed a lot some years. That was understood. It's Massachusetts, it's New England, it snows, and we have snow days. How do we really use this in a way that becomes productive, as you were saying, Bill? That is the challenge, and I don't know how we're going to get there. So we got into our usual, how do we measure this conversation? What is the evidence? How do we really...
At 7:30, might I add.
Whatever, 7:30
This morning.
This morning. So how do we find the ways to measure how successful we are by shifting those 5 days into these, test labs, basically? I don't know what the answer is. So my last word on this is that I'm still conflicted on the concept of blizzard bags. Not because of what I personally experienced or anything like that, but as a concept by itself, I just want to make sure that we have the opportunity, since you guys have done a lot of work around it and came up with some interesting ways of looking at it, as opposed to, how do we shave 5 days from the end of the year and then not come back to school. So the question that I asked Cheryl was what Deanne asked earlier. I think it was Deanne. Do we have to do 5 days? Or can we say, even if we do 5 days, can we say the first 2-3 days are still snow days, but we can do good things with 2 more days? If it happens that it snows for 8 days in Massachusetts this year, then we do 5 extra days. But is there any thought around not starting with that very first day. In fact, we had the conversation before this past snow, and we thought maybe it was going to be a full snow day. And I said the school committee did not get a chance to react to any one of these things that you guys were working on. So a snow day is a snow day. That was our conversation.
For me, as a parent, I feel like we need to make a line in the sand. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. Because I think if you let the kids have the first 3 snow days, it's gonna be hard to reel them back in and say, okay, it's snow day number 4, but you don't get to have the snow day. You're gonna do the work. I feel like you need to commit to it. I feel like, because I feel it's if it's the way we're going to approach how we're doing learning and switching the classroom, like Cheryl said, then we need to be committed to it, because I don't think it's going to work. I don't think now you're going to have people, well, I had 3 snow days, it's the 4th and the 5th snow day, I'm going to be absent. I'm not going to do the work. So where is the benefit of the learning then for the rest of the students that didn't do it?
Well, I think I hear you. I'm not sure that I agree.
We don't have to agree, but that's my.
But I mean, there's a lot of assumptions there, right? And some of them may be true. I think the problem is that we don't know which one of our assumptions are really
right.
correct.
You can go either way, but
right.
I think it's harder to reel it back in. It's like, I don't know.
Because for a child, if if there's a snow day, the first day is as good as any day. So it doesn't really matter if we started on the first day, I'm thinking, or the 3rd day.
And a diligent student is a diligent student.
Yeah, but they're not all
what the snow
diligent
days
students.
are.
If I could, something that came up today in our discussion with the staff was, unfortunately, Desi, the MCAS, the drivers of MCAS, plan the dates for MCAS regardless of snow days. So every day we lose of instruction before MCAS is a day that we lose towards teaching that curriculum and those standards. So, and this is going to be on TV, but the students, after June 15th, MCAS is done. The relevant instruction is done. They know that. The students know that in the classroom, and they pick up on that. So you need, this is where this becomes even more important, is, okay, so we're trying to prepare them for this, and this is where we've talked about the writing being a key component of this year, is if we're trying to get them writing, and we're trying to make this be relevant, and trying to make this, be really impactful for MCAS, that every day that we can do this, every writing assignment, every piece that we can do this towards that end goal, we talk all the time about instructional minutes. It's not instructional blocks, it's instructional minutes, and what's sacred instructional minutes. And that's those minutes that they're doing those writing assignments, even it may seem trivial, it may seem like, well, it's only 1 snow day, or it's only 2 snow days. But you don't know that, and you don't know that what we're covering on those days could be the difference between moving them forward or not moving them forward, or having them grasp something that they might not grasp otherwise, So I feel strongly that anything we can do to supplement that and to put that back in before the test, and we don't want to teach to the test, but unfortunately the test is what we're held accountable to in the end. So this is an opportunity for us to make a stand and say, yeah, this is what we're going to do, and we talked heavily about making it a relevant part of that.
I think that's Emery's point, is how do you measure the quality of what's happening during snow days, but how do you measure the quality of what's happening from June 14th to June 21st as well? And that's, right, both are a bit of an unknown, and I think that's the challenge that we're all faced with.
Yeah. And I think, one last piece is, we trust the process. We're telling our staff to trust the process. We're telling our staff to trust the leadership, to trust themselves, and to trust the process. And I think that this is a perfect example of that we're coming to you and we're telling you this is what we're working on with these blizzard bags. This is our commitment, and we're giving you our word that this is what we're going to do with these. And I hope that means a lot to all of you, that our sitting here at 10 o'clock at night and discussing this is commitment to you that this is important, and this is meaningful, and that we're gonna work to make this be the best that we can. So,
Yeah, just from my school committee persona and my mother persona of last year, I was very anti-blizzard bag. I really was. To me, the thought of, oh my God, what are we doing to our kids? Like, it's more on there. It's more. It's always seems more. And it just felt like, I don't know, and I know it was a pilot program, but the way it happened wasn't great. And I was, up until about 15 minutes ago, still thinking, gosh, I hope we don't have any snow days, because I don't like these blizzard bags. And I realize I am in a minority. Most parents really like them. The survey came back, lots of positive, comments, and so I am going to just trust the leadership. That
special circumstance as well.
I'm in a
that's
very
something
different
we talk a lot
circumstance.
about.
Yes.
It's how to fix that piece of the blizzard bag.
Yes.
To work on that piece of it. Again, we've had a lot of conversations
Yeah,
about that.
I had 4 students come through the system, and out of the 4, I think one of them would have just done it and been fine with it. So yeah, I understand from a parent's perspective, especially if you don't have kids who are in love with school or who are average or better students, the blizzard bag can represent an entire snow day spent fighting and arguing. And that's the reality, and that's where my hesitance was from. This is another thing that all these parents are gonna just be blasted and just torturing their kids when all they wanna do is put a hat and mittens on and go make a snowman. So I love that you put time limits in here, because we do have students who are way overzealous and they would work with this thing all day if you're at the other end of the spectrum. So I love the work that you've done, and I am a convert. So thank you.
And the 5 days should incorporate a weekend at some point in there too. So
Yeah.
so that it's 5 school days. So that
Exactly.
if they want to go outside and play for half of that snow day,
Yeah.
okay, so put an hour in on Saturday and an hour in on Sunday, or whatever it takes to do that, or
Totally, yep.
you know what I mean. And that's what we got to do better at, I think. And that was what wasn't like we knew that last year, and we told everybody you have 5 days, but people were out there. No, it's going to be done today, and and they were driving that home. And so we learned a lot, and I think there was a parent on the committee that was very vocal about having difficulties with her son and that sort of thing, and we had a lot of voices there.
And
So
similarly,
I'm-
2 students, one family, 2 students, one relatively easily skate through, do the assignments, and then the other a complete struggle with. And that's why she was there, is, to share that and to, make sure that we.
Didn't know where to find the information.
That was me. I'm full, I'll own it. The first blizzard bag, I'm like, nope. I'm drawing a line. But, then you get over yourself and you open the thing and you learn and you realize that you're overreacting and being an old lady, so.
So I'm going to be the wet blanket, and as just looking at it through a school committee lens, we are replacing a school day. So that's kind of a big deal. And the first iteration of these blizzard bags weren't very successful. And we want them to be meaningful and impactful, as you say. And in theory, I think it's a good idea, as long as they are impactful, because again, they are replacing a school day. And just from living in the town and from hearing the feedback, and the first iteration was not, and that's fine, because that's how iterations go, right? The first one is not the last one. There's many in between, and I have no doubt, and I can see from all the hard work, and I know we're going to get there. It's just a big deal. When you're talking about replacing a school day, it's just a very big deal.
To me, the ultimate measurement of success, and this is going back to what you guys were saying, especially you, Bill. If the students say, we really want to do what we are doing on snow day almost every day, that's the way we like to learn, that would be, the sign of success. because that's what I'm hearing, right? Just that's what we're trying. But we are replacing one school day, and we had this very deep conversation this morning too. We taking a traditional teaching from the classroom and put it in a household. To me, it doesn't make any sense. But there are different ways, new ways of teaching, and to the extent that we're able to get those to our students, this could make sense. It could inspire them. It could inspire them to even do more of it within the school, without having a teacher talking the whole time and then them answering only a few questions and they're done. That could get them to that point. I again, just going back to my thing, and you said it, Stephen, as well. I would like to make sure that we'll continue to very closely measure this and not just say, trust is trust. Yeah, if you guys did not know by now that we trust you guys, I don't know, we probably did a very poor job at that. You know that you have our trust, but that shouldn't keep and that shouldn't take us away from our role of questioning whether or not some of these things that we're putting in place is really aligning with all that strategic plan that we put together, the vision for the school district. That is what we're trying to do. It has nothing to do with trusting you or not, any one of these questions. And I would like to remain on the side that would still like to see more evidence that this is gradually going in a direction where it is taking shape. Otherwise, I'm not even sure I understood a few things, by the way. We said half a period, right? Does it mean that the total is not going to be more than maybe 2.5, 3 hours of work? Is that how we should read that?
If that's during, depending on the school day, absolutely. If they, and whether we've talked about what that looks like for specials. Would specials be included in this, or would specials be a different part of this? And that would reduce some of that work there as well. So, it could very well be, less than that. But I don't think we have to go there too. We're looking at the time, when we're talking about the time, when we're talking about the number of minutes, as opposed to the whole purpose of this is going to be the relevance and what we can do with it and how we can use it to motivate students to learn. One of the things Cheryl started the year off this year was telling the staff that she wanted every day, every student to say, this was the best day of my school year and I want to come back tomorrow. And have something good in every day that makes them say they want to come back tomorrow. And that goes along with what you're saying. How do we make this relevant? How do we make this fun? How do we make this so that, I would love to have the opportunity to do an assignment at home with my son and come up and be creative and work together and have that opportunity to do something like that, or and be given that, as opposed to half the time he's home doing stuff I don't even know what he's doing for schoolwork, and homework, and it is busy work, He comes home, he's got a math sheet, and he's doing problems out of the book, or he's answering questions out of his science book, or, and you try to have conversations about it, and that's just what they told me to do, was page 86, or, so I think it goes further than that, and we have an opportunity to try to make a mark, and to try to do it right, and to try to make it work, and I think, given that opportunity, we try our best.
All right. Any other thoughts, questions? So what is our action on this?
It would be a vote for implementing blizzard bags for the 18-19 school year.
Should we call it the alternative school?
The e-learning.
E-learning, or whatever they call it in the DESE article that you sent us.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be basically a continuation of the trial period, is that?
Yeah, it's still a pilot. Is that what it is?
So year 2 of a pilot of how many years?
Well, we will collect data and present data again, probably more consistently. But we'll reconvene the leadership team and talk about how to answer some of the questions that you have, and how to bring maybe how to bring examples and evidence of that relevance and that innovation, how to bring that forward. You got my brain going.
Yeah. I think even in that term pilot, we got a little confused last year because at least based on initial conversation, the idea was truly do a pilot. You know, we came up with a framework and we're gonna do a small pilot of it and see what comes out of it. And then it was district wide, and so that was a thing. Going back to what I suggested, and you responded to that. We are saying day one, snow day, we're going with this.
Unless that's tomorrow.
Why are we expecting snow?
Unless what?
Unless it's tomorrow. We're not ready.
Really? Okay, all right.
We all look at the sky like
2 to 4, but with rain.
Really?
So,
Yeah, weather.
so are you
it's
guys
like,
ready to unwrap this?
It was 1 to 2.
Unfortunately, we're
Living
not
under a
ready.
rock.
We had to wait for this vote to be able to move it forward and implement it. We've had a lot of discussion and we've talked about it, and we don't have any assignments out. The students don't have assignments in their hands.
So do we even need to define a timeline, or is this like from our vote, or is this something?
Right, I mean, that's what I'm asking, one.
And what happens if we go over more than 5? Are the, like, if we go more than 5 snow days, because it says everywhere 5 days are those, if you have 6, 7, and 8, are those days that get to be real snow days, like you get a bonus if we have a crappy winter?
Well, no,
I mean, you can't, from a DESI perspective, you can't. You have to have so many days
So,
in
but,
school.
yeah, but if you make, if we have the 180 days, and we had 5 snow days, I guess, I'm tired. I guess what I'm asking is that, like, day 186, or, like that.
the 6th snow day.
The 6th snow day, do we do another assignment, or is that then the real snow day?
Last year, that was the real
Continue
snow
with the
day.
assignments.
We didn't have-
Because
we
that's
only
where
did
it becomes
4.
even more relevant is on that end of it.
Right, but
Oh,
the
when
way
you
we
put the
voted
pilot-
it
oh,
was
okay.
it was for 5 snow days. Anything after that was considered a snow day.
That you would make up at the end of the
Yeah,
year?
but there was gonna be 5 blizzard bags. So if we got away with 4 blizzard bags, they still had that 1 free day. If we used all 5, then that was a wash. But if we went into 6, then they would have had to call it the 6th day of snow day.
And make up the day at the end of the calendar year.
At least that's the way I remember voting on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and Stephen, I think, Bill, when you talk about it, you seem to talk about it with a lot of confidence, and I can understand that because, at the elementary level, there is a lot of consistency in how subject matters are discussed, delivered, evaluated. It becomes a little more challenging, I'm assuming, at the high school because there are so many different subjects and there are so many different points of coordination. Is that going to work the same way in your estimate in terms of the time?
I do think it can be more challenging depending on the student's schedule, certainly, but at this hour, I would say, I think, what happens June 14th through 21st anecdotally is a waste of time. AP tests are done, MCAS is done, they're doing final exams, they're having field days, I don't think that there's any real significant learning that's happening at that point.
I hear you, and I know it from experience, even from my own experience, that but I kind of fail to then connect it to this whole. There will be something that will connect the students to the school concept. Is it because it's so nice and warm out there that students want to be outside, or is it because we are not really giving them something that really makes them connected to?
I think a combination, and I think, this is completely going to take us in a different direction at this hour, but I think, at our school, if it's 70 degrees on one side of the building, it's 95 to 105 degrees. Like in my office,
Okay, so
it's
there is some weather-related
It's
impact.
not for sometimes it's a project that they're doing, and it's at that time a bit more, I would say, laid back. You start to get lack of concentration, both time of year and heat and things like that. But that's really like separate from like the main point of this conversation.
Okay.
And to his, but there are a lot of residuals that we benefited from based on blizzard bags, but it was not the intent. For example, the school buildings having an extra 10 days to be cleaned over the summer, the difference in the quality of the opening was really profound. So there were a lot of peripherals, but that's not the main reason why we're doing what we're doing. At the end of the day, our students are going to be in blended learning environments. Whether they're at a community college, whether they're going to a four-year college, they are going to have to learn independently and then come to a classroom prepared to participate. And we need to create those environments for them. And universally, a snow day is a great place to start because they're all outside the classroom. They can all be given assignments and they can all come back and be in this flipped environment by the nature of Mother Nature, which really pushes us to consider our instruction differently, our assignments differently, our support differently, and so that kids are having a different experience. And so Emery and I had this long conversation this morning. Yes, we are still in this quasi trying to take a traditional instructional approach or assignment and put it in a blizzard bag. That's the conversation this year. That's our growth this year. We did a lot of work around expectation for each other, for staff, for students, but this year's work really is about the quality of the instruction, the quality of the assignment, and are we getting what we want for kids with kids' input? And we won't know the answer to that until we have a blizzard bag day and we have the assignments, we talk to kids, and we come back and share. We have a system where teachers are using hours of power or a half curriculum day and looking at their assignments, assessing the work, looking at the feedback that they gave online. Like, all of that has to happen, but it has to be created so that teachers feel safe enough to be able to do that. And they have to almost be required. You know, this is a natural requirement. They have to be online. They have to be giving feedback. They have to create these assignments in a different way.
And I think I agree too. Like, there's room for growth. I think we're all happy to say like there's room for growth, and I think we grew in the 4 that we had last year. I think like the conversations that we've had, including tonight, will help us continue to grow. And I do think it'll take some time. There's could be a few more bumps in the road before we get to a place where we're all really happy about it. But
I would expect nothing less, considering, again, we are replacing a school day.
yeah,
So
and I think
for this to be easy, if this was easy, I would really be suspicious.
yeah, and I think, right, if we all, any of us got rated on our first shot at anything,
Exactly.
be where we are today.
Exactly.
So I think it's certainly a work in progress, and I don't mean to come off and say like this needs to be the way. I think it's continue to explore ways to make it not just functional but meaningful and both useful for teachers and for students. And you know, we talk a lot about it with our teachers, and they have some great ideas, and I think we're finally getting them to the point where they see like, all right, well, maybe I can try one of these great ideas. Maybe I don't need to do this worksheet. Maybe I can try something and know that if it doesn't work, I can tweak it and go back and make it better based on that feedback rather than rolling up to page 86.
All right, so I'm ready to make the motion
Please.
to approve. Are we calling it blizzard bags, or are we calling it
inclement weather?
Alternate.
Alternate e-learning.
Oh, from the DESE language.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Alternate structured learning, yeah.
alternate?
I
Okay.
can tell who read them, who read the articles. Thank you, Jen.
I gotta do something right once in a while.
All right, so I'll make the motion to approve the alternate structured learning protocol, pilot program protocol,
Pilot program.
pilot program
For 2018.
for 2018, 2019.
I'll second. I seconded.
And for clarifying,
Yes.
as stated in the memo to
With
you,
the couple of
with the
tweaks that we made.
expectation, with a couple of, like, okay, got it.
As amended.
With the
Grade.
grade
Change to be a
language.
participation grade. Yeah.
And there was one other one I thought, but I can't find which one. What was the other one? We had another tweak that we wanted to have on here. Well, just with the notes that we had.
Alternative structured learning day. That's what they call it. Okay, any other questions? All right. All in favor to approve the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
all.
Thank you all
Thanks
for
for staying so
staying
late.
so late.
I might be having pajama day tomorrow. Until Wednesday.
We still have more to go, right?
Wow.
You've been up since 3. My eyes are on fire.
So Cheryl, before I
Thank you.
just,
Thank you, Carol.
one thing, there's been a lot of talk about the holiday luncheons, that the elementary schools have had, and we posted the information on our website, and we sent letters home, and it's gonna be December 12th and 13th, and we're gonna try it with a 2-day schedule and stuff, so if people are asking, we're still going forward with that, because that was such a huge part of the elementary experience, and parents love coming in and having lunch, so we have to modify it, we have to change it, but it's there, so if you get any questions on that.
And
it's
have
on
them
the
respond.
website.
Parents respond, so RSVP, right? So we
Yes,
can get
everybody,
counts.
yeah.
It was in the blast I got.
Yeah,
Yes,
right when I pulled in.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good night.
very much.
Good night.
Enrollment update.
Yes, so in your file folder, you have an enrollment update from East Meadow and from Granby Junior Senior High School. They are 4 separate documents. We're trying to make it a system?
Systematize.
Systematize, thank you.
That word.
Yes.
I couldn't say it.
So to Emery's point, this is something that we've been trying to do and just have not wrapped our heads around clearly. But I think we're on the right path. So you have, this will be a growing document, and we will simply add dates and additional information so you can trust that we do know who's in the building. And then our work, my work with this will be to work with David to see how it's jiving with our Redeker student information system, so that we know that the information that the admin assistant believe to be true, because this is their record keeping, is actually what's happening, so that when we get to DESI reporting, that there should not be really any question, because we have checks and balances, and we're very clear. So at East Meadow, since September 5th, we've enrolled 2 students, a choice student and a referral.
What does that mean?
A child find. So a student that will be coming for special education needs.
Okay.
And
So,
then
can you explain that?
just a student that's enrolling due to special education.
Okay.
So most likely a preschool student.
Okay, does that, okay. So
It
this
says
is
it
something that
preschool.
comes up all the time. The student comes through choice.
Oh, this was a resident. I'm
This is
sorry.
a resident.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah. You know,
Thank you
it
for
wasn't.
clarifying. It's gonna- yeah, it becomes a big,
Yes.
confusion.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Not that we would discriminate against any said student that would come with an IEP, but,
No, we don't, but because you called it a referral, I did not know
Right,
what it
so
meant,
there were
so,
right.
yeah.
and then for East Meadow, we have had no transfers since November 5th.
Cool.
September 5th.
Oh, sorry, yes. And then for Granby Junior Senior High School, since September 5th, we have enrolled 3 new students, most recently November 5th. Both of those were choice, and in October, a resident enrollment. And trying to keep good data for you on transfer out. We do send a survey, but we don't always get that back. But since September 5th, we have had 3 students choose TECA, which is 100% online learning, and for various reasons. And also the Pioneer Valley Performing Arts student chose. So TECA really is considered charter, so all of those students were choosing charter schools.
But we've had, I mean, even if you just separated it just down to November, it's 3 students in versus 1 student transferring out. So it's still a net pickup of 2, right? I just want to make sure I'm reading this properly.
Yep.
That's just November.
Right. And this doesn't change the numbers that were submitted to DESI on
No,
October 1st,
so,
is
right.
that correct?
No, although choice, I think we will get a half-year choice based on January sims, so it's important that we have these correct. We won't get a full year.
So it was 728 or something like that. Is
Right.
that still the number that we submitted?
I have 7:30.
I can get that for you.
I believe so. That was October 1, the October 1 number.
I'll have to look that up, I can get that.
Okay. I mean,
Some of the students that move in after October 1st don't get.
Correct.
they don't get fully counted.
We
Right.
don't get funding, we don't get, so
Yeah.
if they're resident, we don't get their Chapter 70 until the following year. So anybody who would like to move to Granby and come to this lovely building, please do so before October 1st.
Or after.
Or come speak to us, because
Yeah.
there are some things that we can do if you have, certificate of occupancy pending, all those kinds of things.
We
So,
don't get even partial Chapter 70?
no,
Mm-mm.
that's a,
For school choice, though, you get partial years.
Yeah.
Student comes in and partway through the year of school choice,
which,
you get credit for the portion of the time that they were here.
Okay, so it's for school choice only.
Makes a lot of sense.
Of course,
Yeah.
like everything else.
But you'd think if they're doing it for one, they would do it for the other.
Yeah.
The math doesn't work in the other system, that's all.
Anything else on enrollment, Cheryl?
nope.
All right. So I really appreciate that we're keeping real-time track of all these, and it's.
And you asked a perfectly important question. So my work tomorrow with David will be, I need a, as of the meeting date, a total enrollment. So that would be the last piece. Just, that's an aside.
Yeah.
Did you want,
Yeah.
did you want the numbers, the enrollment numbers?
So what did we submit to the state? What are we going to see on their site, which will be the basis of our Chapter
I'm
70 next
gonna
year?
give you the report that they sent me back after they acknowledged our data,
Okay.
okay? Now, the DESI right now is in what they call a duplicate and edit period. And I don't know if that may or may not affect us. What that basically is that's sometimes when there's students that maybe during the summer we're transferring between schools, or a student that might be a special education cost share, and 2 districts claim the same students, and only 1 district can get financial aid, so the DESI makes a determination based on data submitted by both districts, which district is going to get the student. Typically, we get challenged with 1 or 2 students every reporting cycle. This time, as of last Friday, we weren't challenged with any. But, there's always a chance that those numbers can fluctuate a little bit
Okay.
for that and for other reasons. So in other words, if the superintendent comes to you and gives you a number of 750, and then you see something else that says 747 or 751, that it's not gonna be dead on the do a blizzard bag while you're waiting for me.
Can we move?
Next time I'll
can we
bring
keep
back
moving
Yeah,
on?
so would you like me to do my superintendent report?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, so, we have had an unbelievable couple of weeks in Granby. Our Granby girls soccer took the stage at the Division IV finals after beating Uxbridge 2-0 in the semifinals. The girls unfortunately did lose, although it was a hard-fought game.
It was amazing.
We couldn't be more proud of their team spirit, their sportsmanship, their perseverance, and patience. I have watched them play. They are very patient. They stick with their game plan. They are well coached. They are committed to each other and really committed to a team being successful. Really no individual superstars. So great for Granby. Congratulations to the first year of the girls volleyball. I wanted to say thank you to them. That was an exciting season. We're looking forward to more. Thanks to Hope Club, they collected and delivered 1,731 pounds of food to our local food pantry, and Neighbors Helping Neighbors was extremely excited and pleased to be the recipient. And our first ever unified basketball team has been awarded the MIAA Special Olympics Massachusetts Unified Basketball Team Sportsmanship Award for the 2018 season from Special Olympics and MIAA. I had the pleasure of having a conversation with a community member who just raved about the opportunity to watch students interact in such a clearly different way. Athletes working with students who might not necessarily always be athletes or feel like athletes, and at the end of the day, they were a team. And his comments were just really heartfelt. So I won't call him out on television, but if you ask me later, I'll tell you. It is a wonderful honor for all of our participating students. If you have a chance, although we don't meet at Granby Junior Senior High School anymore, please take a walk up and down the hallway outside the main office. Mrs. Stapert's class has been creating beautiful panels in all of the lower glassway, and it's just beautiful. And then finally today I had the opportunity to witness Tristan Berger on her signing day with AIC. It was wonderful to watch, so congratulations, Tristan. And just an FYI, it's Pajama Day at East Meadow on Wednesday. So if anybody is around and would like to go to East Meadow, make sure you're wearing your jammies.
It's cool. A couple of years ago, I was in East Hampton visiting a family, and I told them where I came from, and the person said, "You guys have great sports teams." And I thought he was confusing us with somebody else. I said, I'm Granby. He said, for a small school, I see your name on the newspaper more than many other schools that I know. So this is actually a testament to that our students are doing a great job. It's not just about playing and then getting the highest trophy or anything. They're engaged in something that they love. They do everything that they can do to get to that final game, whatever that final game might be. Mm-hmm. And I'm really proud of every single one of them. It's an incredible achievement. One addition to your list, Granby I think was 8th in the cross country finals. Yes. A couple of weeks ago, and long time we actually had a student, a boy, who made it to the state finals, state championship. So that's really cool. It's always great to hear all these things. So congratulations to all of them. Thank you to all of them. It's always nice to hear all these great stories.
And I was proud to be from Granby when I was at the game, and it was so nice. I mean, it was a 2-hour drive out to Danvers, and we had quite a contingent, and it was nice. Millis was 25 minutes away, and they had a bigger group, but we were pretty loud. It was very nice.
Really?
Yeah. That's awesome. It was fun.
Good. I'm glad you had an opportunity to go. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Did you drive?
I was standing right behind Annabelle. She was there.
Who?
Your daughter.
Oh yeah, of course. She was in the fan bus. She came the previous night and then got up. morning and then went to Amherst, and it's always good. School spirit.
Okay. So our submitted total was 727.
727. Okay. Is that what our chapter 70 will be based on? Is that how it works?
That's everything, that's 70, that's choice, that's everything.
But part
Okay.
of that
Oh, okay,
includes
yeah, you're
pre-K,
right,
so
you're right,
just
yeah.
be careful. We don't- Part of that is pre-K, 35 students for pre-K, so
We don't get money for that.
we do now, because we do not charge tuition, but it's half.
It's a formula, but yeah.
So it's less, but
Okay, got it.
Thank you, David, for looking it up. Budget 18, 19?
Yeah, so I'm gonna, if you flip the agenda over, number 3 is Chartwell's update, so I'm gonna do that first.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna have, Ken LePage from Chartwell's, who's our food service director, do from now on is, kind of give me this monthly food service summary, to kind of highlight what's going on. And I know at some point we need to get him in here to kind of give us a quarterly update. I was going through some files, old files, for the end of year report, and I just happened to come across an email where last year he was asked to give an update in April or May for the school committee on some highlights. So I figured I'd ask him to do that each month for us. So this one in the folder is for October. I'm not going to read every line because obviously you guys can do that. What I will say is the projections were based on 20 service days in the month. Now they get when they do their budget early on, they get our school calendar from our website. It's early, it's not finalized, so it's a projection. So when they do their projection, it was based on 20 days for October. There was actually 22 service days, so that's why some of these numbers are greater than what they either projected or budgeted. So I just kind of want to throw that out there that although it is great, the expectation isn't that they're going to exceed the budget or projections every month. So I just wanted to throw that out there. There were 2 additional service days than what they budgeted or projected for.
I think the key thing was the last bullet.
Yes. I'll explain that.
Okay.
Yep. So, yes, they are negative. So their net profit as of November 1st, October 30th was in a deficit of $694. They had budgeted a deficit of $4,626. That compares to this time last year, October 31st or November 1st, their net profit was a deficit of $20,364. So I know it was kind of confusing. I didn't want to put all that in writing, so I figured we could talk about it. But that's what that is. There's obviously a huge discrepancy from last year compared to this year. There's numerous reasons for that, but this is just a snapshot for the month of October. Keep in mind, November, December, and January's probably won't be as favorable, only because there's vacation days, snow days, so the service days will be less, which obviously would mean less meals, less revenue, etc. But we are providing meals on half days where we haven't done that in the past, so that's some additional revenue that will be generated. So.
Mike?
I was just gonna say, we've given them opportunities to create some extra meals on
Yes.
days that they weren't
Yep.
able to do. And I thought we did something with breakfast too on some of those, didn't we? Where there wasn't a breakfast on certain days, and then we allowed them to do that?
Yeah, yep, so they're serving some breakfast on days they didn't in the past. We're providing lunches on half days where we didn't in the past, and we're providing lunches on field trips where we haven't necessarily done it in the past. So they do have a few additional ways to create some revenue.
And then my other question is, and I don't know if there's a way that you can get some answers on this.
Mhm.
Last year they were keen on looking at differing ways to either speed up the line or get some other choices in for some of the students. I don't know if they're still doing that, or if they are, is that having an impact this year? 'Cause I know the guy who's in there now came in kind of late last year.
Yeah, he was at the end of the year.
Has he started this year in the same mindset? And if so, is there any gains on that?
Yeah, and Cheryl and I have talked. We'll bring them in for I don't know if it'll exactly be a quarterly update, but I will have them come, maybe even next meeting, if there's some room on the agenda to answer those types of questions. I have meetings with them on a monthly basis. In my calendar, it's on a monthly basis. We usually meet more than that, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. Just to kind of see what's going on, to get this type of information, to review their financials. We haven't gotten into those conversations, but I can certainly ask him in our next meeting and let you know if that's something that they're doing.
To find out that they're recreating the wheel every year, right? So if you discover something this year, move it over to next year. You know, instead of
Again,
halfway through the year.
There wasn't much oversight on them in previous years. To that same point, Ken is new. He came in last year, and now this is the start of his first full year. So, he's motivated. Him and I have gotten off on a really good start. I'm holding him accountable, and he's done a great job. But it's still early in the year, and he's still kind of finding his way through the school system with the new building. But I can certainly have him here, and you guys can ask him those questions.
No, that's good. Good questions. So I'm assuming some of this is driven by the fact that we have more students in the district as well, right? Just we have, but when you look at the numbers, it's over 8% lunches sold. It's over 8% compared to the projected lunches by this time of the year, and it's close to 14% over the projected breakfast by this time of the year. So that is beyond the number of students that we added. So that means they are doing something different. Hopefully, some things that will keep on going. And, we'll see more improvements. Thank you for working with them closely. Appreciate it.
Yep. It's a concern of the committee, so I just want to make sure that we stay on top of it. FY19 we'll do next, because I'm assuming FY18 is going to be a somewhat lengthy discussion. So FY19,
Maybe not.
Maybe not? Okay, we'll see. we'll see.
It could have been. But,
2 hours ago.
Yeah. See a lot of people yawning.
Do this more
often. I'll be at the end all the time. There is in the folder a November FY19 November year-to-date report, and it's that run report that I provided you guys, and you'll see now that as we get into the school year, the comparison's a little closer to last year. And what I will do now for these meetings, in addition to this memo, I will break out that the full year to date in a cost center, so we can see some actual detail. Like I said, I didn't want to do that before because there really wasn't much spending going on, but now we're getting to the year, so I will certainly provide that moving forward. But we're getting close to where we should be at this point of the year.
So what is still interesting in the comparison, the FY18, FY19 year to date, we still are spending less this year compared to last year, and that is despite the fact that our budget was actually, our budget was a little larger, right? So that, I don't know. But when you look at the expenses, real numbers, we are still about $500,000 under so far, and that is beyond what we speculated last time, that maybe we paid forward some of the special education tuitions, could be it. This is way beyond that. So I still don't know what it is, and I'm really curious to find out what is potentially causing this improvement. And it's great to see. It's allowing us to do different things with the available funds and not be constrained like last year. But also it allows us to really create potentially some revolving funds to be able to create some buffer, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
But I would like to know that this is not really a fluke, basically.
Yeah, yes, I know.
That's,
Yep.
That's gonna go
I-
away suddenly.
Fully aware of that, yes. Yep. So some of that is savings from moving to a new salary schedule. So there were some savings that we recognized from when we built the budget to now when we're actually paying salaries. There's some savings there. There's some savings where we talked about tuitions that aren't going to be as expensive as we thought in special ed. Some of those tuitions were charged to the general fund. So there are some answers to that, but yeah, once we get the details, we can certainly go through that, and I will provide that now going forward.
Cool. This was a FY19 discussion, right?
This is FY19, but what I like to give was just a comparison as to where we were at last year compared to this year.
Because I just want to, move this to record, this was a letter from the select board, and I quickly read it, and I thought, well, let's just bring it to our conversation. But what they are saying is in reference to the transportation that we're paying for the vocational school, Smith Vocational, and they are referring to Chapter 74, Section 8A, where there's a mention of reimbursement. So obviously, immediate reaction, the state has not been reimbursing for transportation for a long time, but I really appreciate that they looked into it. And this also tells me that some of the disconnect is because we do a lot of research and reading on this side. It's not necessarily conveyed in the same way to those who are in a position to ask us questions, support us, work with us on the budget process. So I thought this was great. And they actually printed and copied all sections of the law. This may be a good opportunity, another good talking point for us when we get together to explain in a little more detail how that shaped the last so many years, the transportation reimbursement. But I just wanted to, move it to record.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we should get back to them on that.
Yeah,
so that it
yep,
doesn't
certainly.
get-
Yep.
Thank you.
So that leaves us with FY18.
Okay.
Is
and
there something in the folder for that or no?
There wasn't, because I feel like it's an ongoing open discussion that's I'm still in the process of finalizing our end of year report for FY18. I had gotten an extension from the state through October 31st. I had reached out to Mr. Martin numerous times about getting some information I needed from the town. I never received it as of October 31st. We just recently received it. So I'm inputting that information into our end of year report. At the same time, that needs to tie to what we have on our books. And at the same time, that needs to tie what's on the town's books, and we don't have that information yet.
Right.
Additionally, the audit information that we got back, I don't understand any of it, and there's in that email that the auditor had sent us said that he'd be in touch with either myself or other people, and I have not heard from anybody.
I waited a little bit, but he also provided his phone number. I can call him.
So there's so many open-ended things going on for it's hard for me to close FY18 and kind of focus on 19 and now 20. So now we're going into building FY20 and we're 3 years into a budget.
Right. So, is it fair to say, if we separate these things based on what we receive, the town contribution side, which is a separate sheet that comes to us, shows that we are about $20-some thousand favorable. So we spent less than what we thought we were going to spend.
What are you referring to now?
That file that Chris sent.
Okay, the in-kind.
It's the in-kind.
Yep.
Yeah. In addition to that, we need to have, as you said, the numbers that will allow us to reconcile our book with the town's book, but we don't have those final numbers yet.
Correct.
Should I reach out and ask for those as well? What was the other thing that I was going to reach out about?
roof committee?
Roof committee. So I can do the same thing and send another message and send another letter asking for
And
that
who would the letter
information.
go to?
The select board. But in the absence of that, we can't really reconcile that. And I was hoping that by now we were going to have all that information so we could have a little more conversation about all the stuff that the subcommittee has been trying to better understand and bring to the full committee. And that was related to the surplus, especially on the special education side that we've seen for FY18, but these are all based on our numbers, our book, and that's a challenge. Sometimes the school books don't align or match exactly what the town is showing. So we wanted to make sure that we had those numbers. So at the very high level, on the special education side, we had some surplus, and part of which we used to pay forward some of the
Tuitions.
3 months worth of
Yep,
tuition?
so you're legally allowed to pay July, August, September,
Right.
using prior year funds. Yep.
One of the challenges that apparently we had last year was that some amount was taken out of the LEA that should have been taken out of the circuit breaker. So we had to reclass some of the circuit breaker money to put it where it belonged. And at the end of that, our books show that we have some surplus in our LEA budget as well, correct? Part of that was a transportation line, and that transportation line of $81,000, $82,000 has already been returned, or the town basically reclaimed that because it wasn't used for FY18. The remainder, we are not certain about the magnitude of the remainder. We're showing about $100,000+, I think, on our side, but we don't know whether or not it is accurate. That's why we could not bring some numbers to the full committee to discuss about what we would like to do with that amount. Just for everyone's information, we've been having some conversations with the subcommittee. Are there some line items that went unaddressed because we did not have the funds that can now be addressed with this additional fund? Can some of that additional money be returned to the town? Because obviously we're always asking if there is an amount that can be returned to the town. We were going to have that conversation as well, but we don't have the final numbers for us to be able to say these are the numbers that we're going to be discussing to cover all those different topics. So hopefully by next time, we're going to have that. I'm assuming that since our extension doesn't go beyond... No, our extension, we already passed the first extension.
For the end of year report?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah, so, and I've already been in contact
So
with...
what is the ramification of that? Do we get penalized for it?
So, because I've been in contact with the state, we're kind of good for now, but it will come to the point, well, it could come to the point where they'll withhold our Chapter 70 money.
Okay.
But we're with constant communication between myself and the state, we're okay.
Okay.
As of now.
All right.
And they've also offered to kind of help us out a little bit with communication if we need anything from the town that we're not getting, so.
All right. So again, I wanted to mention this at this level because I think at the last meeting I said that we would bring FY18 in more detail and discuss it. I did not want to say anything. Is that the right way of saying it?
You didn't want to not say
I didn't
anything.
want to not say anything.
I can't believe I'm thinking clearly right now.
But I also don't think that we have enough to get into any more detail. And maybe it's an opportunity in time for us to just table it to our next meeting because until our next meeting because it's getting pretty late and numbers get confused. All right. So was there anything else that you wanted to add to FY18?
No.
We actually had that additional expenditure of $250.
No, I'm
just kidding.
I am good.
Is this a record for how long you guys have met?
No, budget, wait.
That's not.
Do we have anything from the collaborative? We don't have anything from the collaborative. West Street Building Committee, we don't have anything. Policy Subcommittee, thank you for your work. We already talked about it. Budget Subcommittee, we could not meet last Friday. We'll try to meet this week, I guess. Is that what we're doing? Or next week
Thanksgiving.
sometime?
Thanksgiving.
Thursday's good.
Yes. Then Community Relations.
I have no updates for you.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. We do not have an executive session tonight, correct?
I wouldn't be there even if we did.
So may I ask for one last thing, Kathy, if the committee approves? The warrants that we are including, which is very nice, thank you so much. Can we include those in the consent agenda? Because I see other school districts have the whole thing in their consent agenda for everyone's review. So it actually allows us to run it by the entire committee as opposed to us having to look at it as if it's a separate item. And then we approve it. And then in a true warrant fashion, we all have our say in yay or nay. Okay, thank you. Any last words?
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what are these?
Next month, for the recipient of the.
Oh, okay. All right, I will do that. Thank you. All right, with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Is there, yes, thank you for.
I'll second.
Every second. I'm just
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.